Hello, hello everyone. Welcome into the boat court. It's so good to see you guys. Welcome in, Kit, my dear. I hope you're doing well today. You did get first, so my congratulations to you, friend. Outside of that, again, welcome in. It's super good to see everyone. So sorry for showing up late. I ended up having a nightmare situation at work show up, but it's okay. We ended up having a wonderful time, and we're going to have an even more wonderful time reading a little bit today. I'm so excited about it. We're gonna go ahead and read more of The Last Unicorn, which I did go ahead and start reading a little while back. I think it was roughly about 2 weeks ago or so, but we're going to go ahead and read a few more chapters. Outside of that, if we're not going to read too many more chapters and at least not fill out the full time frame for streaming, we're 100% going to go ahead and play a little bit more fun gaming. We've got a few options. I can go ahead and either do a bit more of Slay the Princess if we want to get a little spooky, if one might say. But we could also go ahead and do a little bit more of A Little to the Left, which is comfy, cozy, relaxing. It's all types of good, delicious stuff. I'm all for it. So one way or the other, I really am looking forward to just kind of relaxing today. Outside of that, I don't have any more major announcements to go ahead and begin today's stream with. I honestly, I think that's about it. I'd love to go ahead and get a bit more cozy ambience going, rather than jazz music, as wonderful as it might be. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of like bird song going, yeah? Any thoughts there? Like bird song, forest ambience type of stuff. There we go. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get a bit of the foresty vibe for us today. I think it'll be really refreshing, really comfy cozy, one might say. Honestly, I want to hop right in, so let me find where I set my bookmark. Goodness. Let's see. My bookmark disappeared, but it's okay. We're going to go ahead and find where it went. There we go. Okay. So, honestly, I'm hopping right into it because I really want to read this book. So we're going to do that. Outside of that, let's get started with chapter 4. So, chapter 4. Like a newborn child, the magician wept for a long time before he could speak. "The poor old woman," he whispered at last. The unicorn said nothing, and Smendrick raised his head and stared at her in a strange way. A gray morning rain was beginning to fall, and she shone through it like a dolphin. "No," she said, answering his eyes. "I can never regret." He was silent, crouched by the road in the rain, drowning his soaked cloak close around his body until he looked like a broken black umbrella. The unicorn waited, feeling the days of her life falling around her with the rain. "I can sorrow," she offered gently, "but it's not the same thing." When Smendrick looked at her again, he managed to pull his face together, but it was still struggling to escape from him. "Where will you go now?" he asked. "What were you going when she took you? Where were you going when she took you?" "I was looking for my people," the unicorn said. "Have you seen them, magician? They are wild and sea-white, like me." "Oh, welcome in, Kit. Sorry to interrupt." "Oh no, I'm late. Why did I misplace my bait scraper?" "It's all right, friendo. Don't worry. We're just reading right now." Jumping back in, though. Schmendrick shook his head gravely. "I have never seen anyone like you, not while I was awake. There were supposed to be a few unicorns left when I was a boy, but I only knew one man who had ever seen one. They're surely gone, lady, all but you. When you walk, you make an echo where they used to be." "No," she said, "for others have seen them." It gladdened her to hear that there had still been unicorns as recently as the magician's childhood. She said, A butterfly told me of the Red Bull, and the witch spoke of King Haggard, so I'm going wherever they are to learn whatever they know. Can you tell me where Haggard is king?" The magician's face almost got away, but he caught it and began to smile very slowly, as though his mouth had turned to iron. He bent it into proper shape in time, but it was an iron smile. "I can tell you a poem," he said. "Where all the hills are lean as knives, and nothing grows, nor leaves, nor lives. Where hearts are sour as bottled beer, Haggard is the ruler here." "I will know when I get there, then," she said, thinking that he was mocking her. "Do you know any poems of the Red Bull?" "There are none," Schmendrick answered. He rose to his feet, pale and smiling. "About King Haggard I know only what I have heard," he said. "He is an old man, stingy as late November, who rules over a barren country by the sea. Some say that the land was green and soft once before Haggard came, but he touched it, and it withered. There are sayings amongst farmers when they look on a field lost to fire or locusts or the wind, as blighted as Haggard's heart. They say also that there are no lights in his castle and no fires, and that he sends his men out to steal chickens and bedsheets and pies from windowsills. The story has it that the last time King Haggard laughed, the unicorn stamped her foot. Schmendrick said, "As for the Red Bull, I know less than I have heard, for I have heard too many tales, and each argues with another. The bull is real, the bull is a ghost, the bull is Haggard himself when the sun goes down. The bull was in the land before Haggard, or it came with him, or it came to him. It protects him from raids and revolutions, and saves him the expense of arming his men. It keeps him a prisoner in his own castle. It is the devil to whom Haggard has sold his soul. It is the thing he sold his soul to possess. The bull belongs to Haggard, Haggard belongs to the bull." The unicorn felt a shiver of sureness spreading through her, widening from the center like a ripple. In her mind, the butterfly piped again. They passed down all the roads long ago, and the Red Bull ran close behind them, covered their footprints. She saw white forms blowing away in a bellowing wind, and yellow horns shaking. "I will go there," she said. "Magician, I owe you a boon, for you set me free. What would you have of me before I leave you?" Schmendrick's long eyes were glinting like leaves in the sun. "Take me with you," he said. She moved away, cool and dancing, and she did not answer. The magician said, "I might be useful. I know the way into Haggard's country, and the languages of the lands between here and there." The unicorn seemed very near to vanishing into the sticky mist, and Schmendrick hurried on. "Besides, no wanderer was ever the worse for a wizard's company, even a unicorn. Remember the tale of the great wizard Nikos? Once in the woods, he beheld a unicorn sleeping with his head in the lap of a giggling virgin, while 3 hunters advanced with drawn bows to slay him for his horn. Nikos had only a moment to act. With a word and a wave, he changed the unicorn into a handsome young man, who woke, and seeing the astonished bowmen gaping there, charged upon them and killed them all. His sword was of a twisted, tapering design, and he trampled the bodies when the men were dead." "And the girl?" the unicorn asked. "Did he kill the girl too?" "No, he married her. He said she was only an aimless child, angry at her family, and that all she really needed was a good man. Which he was, then and always, for even Nikos could never give him back his first form. He died old and respected, of a surfeit of violets, some say. He could never get enough violets. There were no children." The story lodged itself somewhere in the unicorn's breath. "The magician did him no service, but great ill," she said softly. "How terrible it would be if all my people had been turned human by well-meaning wizards, exiled, trapped in burning houses. I would sooner find that the Red Bull had killed them all." "Where you are going now," Schmendrick answered, "few will mean you anything but evil, and a friendly heart, however foolish, may be as welcome as water one day. Take me with you, for laughs, for luck, for the unknown. Just take me with you." The rain faded as he spoke. The sky began to clear, and the wet grass glowed like the inside of a seashell. The unicorn looked away, searching through the fog of kings for one king, and through a snowy glitter of castles and palaces for one built on the shoulders of a bull. "No one has ever traveled with me," she said. "But then no one ever caged me before, or took me for a white mare, or disguised me as myself. Many things seem determined to happen to me for the first time, and your company will surely not be the strangest of them, nor the last. So you may come with me if you like, though I wish you had asked me for some other reward." Schmendrick smiled sadly. "I thought about it." He looked at his fingers, and the unicorn saw the half-moon marks where the bars had bitten him. "But you could never have granted my true wish." There it is, the unicorn thought, feeling the first spidery touch of sorrow on the inside of her skin. That is how it will be to be traveled with a mortal, all of the time. "No," she replied, "I cannot turn you into something you are not. No more than the witch could. I cannot turn you into a true magician." "I didn't think so," Schmendrick said. "It's all right, don't worry about it." "I'm not worrying about it," the unicorn said. A blue jay swooped low over them on the first day of their journey, said, "Well, I'll be a squab under glass," and flopped straight home to tell his wife about it. She was sitting on the nest, singing to their children in a dreary tone. Spiders and sow-bugs and beetles and crickets, slugs from the roses and ticks from the thickets, grasshoppers, snails, and a quail's egg or two, all to be regurgitated for you. Lullaby, lullaby, swindles and schemes, flying's not near as much fun as it seems. "Saw a unicorn today," the blue jay said as he lit. "You didn't see any supper, I noticed," his wife replied coldly. "I hate a man who talks with his mouth empty." "Baby, a unicorn!" The jay abandoned his casual air and hopped up and down on the branch. "I haven't seen one of those since the time—" "You've never seen one," she said. "This is me, remember? I know what you've seen in your life and what you haven't." The jay paid no attention. "There was a strange-looking party in black with her. They were going over Cat Mountain. I wonder if they were heading for Haggard's country." He cocked his head to the artistic angle that had first won his wife. "What a vision for old Haggard's breakfast," he marveled. "A unicorn coming to call, bold as you please, rat-tat-tat on his dismal door. I'd give anything to see." "I suppose the two of you didn't spend the whole day watching unicorns?" his wife interrupted with a click of her beak. "At least I understand that she used to be considered quite imaginative in matters of spare time." She advanced on him, her neck feathers ruffling. "Honey, I haven't even seen her," the blue jay began, and his wife knew that he hadn't and wouldn't dare, but she batted him one anyway. She was one woman who knew what to do with a slight moral edge. The unicorn and the magician walked through the spring, over Soft Cat Mountain, and down into a violet valley where apple trees grew. Beyond the valley were low hills as fat and docile as sheep, lowering their heads to sniff at the unicorn in wonder as she moved among them. After these came the slower heights of summer, and the baked plains where the air hung shiny as candy. Together, she and Schmendrick forded rivers, scrambled up and down brambly banks and bluffs, and wandered into woods that reminded the unicorn of her home, though they could never resemble it, having known time. So has my forest now, she thought, but she told herself that it did not matter, that all would be as before when she returned. At night, when Schmendrick slept the sleep of a hungry, footsore magician, the unicorn crouched awake, waiting to see the vast form of the Red Bull come charging out of the moon. At times, she caught what she was sure was his smell, a dark, sly reek easing through the night, reaching out to find her. Then she would spring to her feet with a cold cry of readiness, only to find 2 or 3 deer gazing at her from a respectful distance. Deer love and envy unicorns. Once a buck in his second summer, prodded forward by his giggling friends, came quite close to her and mumbled without meeting her eyes, "You are very beautiful. You are just as beautiful as our mothers said." The unicorn looked silently back at him at the time, knowing that he expected no answer from her. The other deer snickered and whispered, "Go on, go on." And then the buck raised his head and cried out swiftly and joyously, "But I know someone more beautiful than you!" He wheeled and dashed away in the moonlight, and his friends followed him. The unicorn lay down again. Now and then in their journey they came to a village, and there Schmendrick would introduce himself as a wandering wizard, offering, as he cried in the streets, "to sing for my supper, to bother you just a little bit, to trouble your sleep ever so slightly, and pass on." Few were the towns where he was not invited to stable his beautiful white mare and stay the night, and before the children went to bed he would perform in the market square by lantern light. He never actually attempted any greater magic than making dolls talk and turning soap into sweets, and even this trifling sorcery sometimes slipped from his hands. But the children liked him, and their parents were kindly with supper, and the summer evenings were lithe and soft. Ages after, the unicorn still remembered the strange chocolate stable smell, and Schmendrick's shadow dancing on walls and doors and chimneys in the leaping light. In the mornings they went on their way, Schmendrick's pockets full of bread and cheese and oranges, and the unicorn pacing behind him, sea white in the sun, sea green in the dark of the trees. His tricks were forgotten before he was out of sight, but his white mare troubled the nights of many a villager, and there were women who woke weeping from dreams of her. One evening they stopped in a plump, comfortable town where even the beggars had double chins and the mice waddled. Schmendrick was immediately asked to dinner with the mayor and several of the rounder councilmen, and the unicorn, unrecognized as always, was turned loose in a pasture where the grass grew sweet as milk. Dinner was served out of doors at a table in the square, for the night was warm and the mayor was pleased to show off his guest. It was an excellent dinner. During the meal, Schmendrick told stories of his life as an errant enchanter, filling it with kings and dragons and noble ladies. He was not lying, merely organizing events more sensibly, and so his tales had a taste of truth even to the canny councilmen. Not only they, but all manner of folk passing in the streets leaned forward to understand the nature of the spell that opened all locks if properly applied. And there was not a one but lost a breath at sight of the marks on the magician's fingers. "Souvenir of my encounter with a harpy," Schmendrick explained calmly. "They bite." "And were you never afraid?" a young girl wondered softly. The mayor made a shooing noise at her, but Schmendrick lit a cigar and smiled at her through the smoke. "Fear and hunger have kept me young," he replied. He looked around the circle of dozing, rumbling councilmen and winked widely at the girl. The mayor was not offended. "It's true," he sighed, caressing his dinner with linked fingers. "We do lead a good life here, or if we don't, I don't know anything about it. I sometimes think that a little fear, a little hunger might be good for us, sharpen our souls, so to speak. That's why we always welcome strangers with tales to tell and songs to sing. They broaden our outlook, set us to looking inward." He yawned and stretched himself, gurgling. One of the councilmen suddenly remarked, "My word, look at the pasture!" Heavy heads turned on nodding necks, and all saw the village's cows and sheep and horses clustered at the far end of a field, staring at the magician's white mare, who was placidly cropping the cool grass. No animal made a noise. Even the pigs and geese were all silent as ghosts. A crow called once far away, and his cry drifted through the sunset like a single cinder. "Remarkable," the mayor murmured. "Most remarkable." "Yes, isn't she?" the magician agreed. "If I were to tell you some of the offers I've had for her—" "The interesting thing," said the councilman who had spoken first, "is that they don't seem to be afraid of her. They have an air of awe, as though they were doing her some sort of reverence." "They see what you have forgotten how to see." Schmendrick had drunk his share of red wine, and the young girl was staring at him with eyes both sweeter and shallower than the unicorn's. He thumped his glass on the table and told the smiling mare, "She is a rarer creature than you dare to dream. She is a myth, a memory, a will-o'-the-wish, wail-o'-the-wisp. You remembered if you hungered." His voice was lost in a gust of hoofbeats and the clamor of children. A dozen horsemen, dressed in autumn rags, came galloping into the square, howling and laughing, scattering the townsfolk like marbles. They formed a line and clattered around the square, knocking over whatever came in their way and shrieking incomprehensible brags and challenges to no one in particular. One rider rose up in his saddle, bent his bow, and shot the weathercock off the church spire. Another snatched up Schmendrick's hat, jammed it on his own head, and rode on roaring. Some swung screaming children to their saddlebows, and others contented themselves with wineskins and sandwiches. Their eyes gleamed madly in their shaggy faces, and their laughter was like drums. The round mayor stood fast until he caught the eye of the raiders' leader. Then he raised one eyebrow. The men snapped his fingers, and immediately the horses were still and the ragged men as silent as the village animals before the unicorn. They put the children gently on the ground and gave back most of the wineskins. "Jack Jingley, if you please," the mayor said calmly. The leader of the horsemen dismounted and walked slowly towards the table where the councilmen and their guests had dined. He was a huge man, nearly 7 feet tall, and at every step he rang and jangled because of the rings and bells and bracelets that were sewn to his patched jerkin. "Evening, Your Honor," he said in a gruff chuckle. "Let's get the business over with," the mayor told him. "I don't see why you can't come riding in quietly like civilized people." "Ach, the boys don't mean no harm, Your Honor," the giant grumbled good-naturedly. "Cooped up in the greenwood all day, they needs a little relaxin', a little catharsis, like. Well, to it, eh?" With a sigh, he took a wizened bag of coins from his waist and placed it in the mayor's open hand. "There you be, Your Honor," said Jack Jingley. "It ben't much, but we can't spare no more than that." The mayor poured the coins into his palm and pushed at them with a fat finger, grunting. "It certainly isn't much," he complained. "It isn't even as much as last month's take, and that was shriveled enough. You're a woeful lot of freebooters, you are." "It's hard times," Jack Jingley answered sullenly. "We ben't to blame if travellers have no more gold than we. You can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, you know." "I can," the mayor said. He scowled savagely and shook his fist at the giant outlaw. "And if you're holding out on me," he shouted, "if you're feathering your own pockets at my expense, I'll squeeze you, my friend. I'll squeeze you to a pulp and peel and let the wind take you. Be off now, and tell it to your tattered captain. Away, villains!" As Jack Jingley turned away, muttering, Schmendrick cleared his throat and said hesitantly, "I'll have my hat if you don't mind." The giant stared at him out of a bloodshot buffalo eyes, saying nothing. "My hat," Schmendrick requested in a firmer voice. "One of your men took my hat, and it would be wise for him to return it." "Wise, is it?" grunted Jack Jingley at last. "And who be you, pray, that knows what wisdom is?" The wine was still leaping in Schmendrick's own eyes. "I am Schmendrick the magician, and I make a bad enemy," he declared. "I am older than I look, and less amiable. My hat." Jack Jingley regarded him a few moments longer. Then he walked back to his horse, stepped over it, and sat down in the saddle. He rode forward until he was hardly a beard's thickness from the waiting Schmendrick. "Nah, then," he boomed. "If you're a magician, do me some at Trixie. Turn my nose green, fill my saddlebags with snow, disappear my beard. Show me some magic, or show me your heels." He pulled a rusty dagger from his belt and dangled it by the point, whistling maliciously. "The magician is my guest," the mayor warned, but Schmendrick said solemnly, "Very well, on your head be it." Making sure with the edge of his eye that the young girl was watching him, he pointed at the scarecrow crew grinning behind their leader and said something that rhymed. Instantly, his black hat snatched itself from the fingers of the man who held it and floated slowly through the darkening air, silent as an owl. 2 women fainted, and the mayor sat down. The outlaws cried out in children's voices. Down the length of the square sailed the black hat, as far as a horse trough, where it dipped low and scooped itself full of water. Then, almost invisible in the shadows, it came drifting back, apparently aiming straight for the unwashed head of Jack Jingley. He covered himself with his hands, muttering, Nah, call it off," and even his own men snickered in anticipation. Schmendrick smiled triumphantly and snapped his fingers to hasten the hat. But as it neared the outlaw leader, the hat's flight began to curve, gradually at first, and then much more sharply as it bent towards the councilman's table. The mayor had just time to lunge to his feet before the hat settled itself comfortably on his head. Schmendrick ducked in time, but a couple of the closer councilmen were slightly splattered. In the roar of laughter, varyingly voluntary, that went up, Jack Jingley leaned from his horse and swept up Schmendrick the magician, who was trying to dry the spluttering mayor with the tablecloth. "I misdoubt that y'all be asked for encores," the giant bellowed in his ear. "You'd best come with us." He threw Schmendrick face down across the saddlebow and galloped away, followed by his shabby cohorts. Their snorts and belches and guffaws lingered in the square long after the sound of hoofs had died away. Men came running to ask the mayor if they should pursue to rescue the magician, but he shook his wet head, saying, "I hardly think it will be necessary. If our guest is the man he claims to be, he should be able to take care of himself quite well, and if he isn't, why then, an impostor taking advantage of our hospitality has no claim on us for assistance. No, never mind about him." Creeks were running down his jowls to join the brooks of his neck and the river on his shirt front. But when he turned his placid gaze towards the pasture where the magician's white mare glimmered in the darkness, she was trotting back and forth before the fence, making no sense and no sound. The mayor said softly, "I think it might be well to take good care of our departed friend's mount, since he evidently prized her so highly." He sent 2 men to the pasture with instructions to rope the mare and put her in the strongest stall of his own stable. But the men had not yet reached the pasture gate when the white mare jumped the fence and was gone into the night like a falling star. The 2 men stood where they were for a time, not heeding the mayor's commands to come back, and neither ever said, even to the other, why he stared after the magician's mare so long. But now and then after that, they laughed with wonder in the middle of very serious events, and so came to be considered frivolous sorts. Chapter 5. We're finally moving on. Goodness. Chapter 5 now. All that Schmendrick remembered later of his wild ride with the outlaws was the wind, the saddle's edge, and the laughter of the jingling giant. He was too busy brooding over the edging of his hat trick to notice much else. Too much English, he suggested to himself. Overcompensation. But he shook his head, which was difficult in his position. The magic knows what it wants to do, he thought, bouncing as the horse dashed across a creek, but I never know what it wants. Not at the right time, anyway. I'd write it a letter if I knew where it lived. Brush and branches raked his face, and owls hooted in his ear. The horses had slowed to a trot, then to a walk. A high, trembling voice called out, "Halt and give the password." "Dame, here we go," Jack Jingley muttered. He scratched his head with a sound like sawing, raised his voice, and answered, "A short life and a merry one. Here's the sweet greenwood, jolly comrades united, to victory plighted." "Liberty," the thin voice corrected. "To liberty plighted. The L sound makes all the difference." "Thank ye, to liberty plighted, comrades united, nah, I said that. A short life and a merry one, jolly comrades, nah, that's not it." Jack Jingley scratched his head again and groaned. "To liberty plighted, give me a little help, will you?" "All for one and one for all," the voice said obligingly. "Can you get the rest yourself?" "All for one and one for all. I haven't," the giant shouted. "All for one and one for all. United we stand, divided we fall." He kicked his horse and started on again. An arrow squealed out of the dark, sliced a wedge from his ear, nicked the horse of a man riding behind him, and skittered away like a bat. The outlaws scattered to the safety of the trees, and Jack Jingley yelled with rage. "Damn your eyes, I gave the password 10 times over. Let me only get my hands on you. We changed the password while you were gone, Jack," came the voice of the sentry. It was too hard to remember. "Ugh, he changed the password, did he?" Jack Jingley dabbed at his bleeding ear with a fold of Schmendrick's cloak. "And how was I to know that, you brainless, stripless, liverless git?" "Don't get mad, Jack," the sentry answered smoothly. "You see, it doesn't really matter if you don't know the new password because it's so simple. You just call like a giraffe. The captain thought of it himself." "Call like a giraffe." The giant swore till even the horses fidgeted with embarrassment. "You ninny, a giraffe makes no sound at all. The captain might as well have us call like a fish or a butterfly." "I know. That way nobody can forget the password, even you. Isn't the captain clever?" "There's no limit to the man," Jack Jingley said wonderingly. "But see here, what's to keep a ranger or one of the king's men from calling like a giraffe when you hail him?" "Aha!" the sentry chuckled. "That's where the cleverness of it is. You have to give the call 3 times, 2 long and 1 short." Jack Jingley sat silent on his horse, rubbing his ear. 2 long and 1 short, he sighed presently. "Oh well, it's no more than a foolish than the time he'd have no password at all, and shot any who answered the challenge. 2 long and 1 short. Right." He rode on through the trees, and his men trailed after him. Voices murmured somewhere ahead, sullen as robbed bees. As they drew nearer, Schmendrick thought he could make out a woman's tone among them. Then his cheek felt firelight, and he looked up. They had halted in a small clearing, where another 10 or 12 men sat around a campfire, fretting and grumbling. The air smelled of burned beans. A freckled, red-haired man, dressed in somewhat richer rags than the rest, strode forward to greet them. "Well, Jack," he cried, "who is it that you're bringing to us, comrade or captive?" Over his shoulder he called to someone. "Add some more water to the soup, love. There's company." "I don't know what he is myself," Jack Jingley rumbled. He began to tell the story of the mayor and the hat, but he had hardly reached the roaring descent upon the town when he was interrupted by a thin thorn of a woman who came pushing through the ring of men to shrill. "I'll not have it, Cully. The soup's no thicker than sweat as it is." She had a pale, bony face with a fierce, tawny eye, and hair the color of dead grass. "And who's this long lout?" she asked, inspecting Schmendrick, as though he were something she had found sticking to the sole of her shoe. "He's no townsman. I don't like the look of him, slit as gizzard." She had meant to say either weazened or perhaps even lizard. She had said both. But the coincidence trailed down Schmendrick's spine like wet seaweed. He slid off Jack Jingley's horse and stood before the outlaw captain. "I am Schmendrick the magician," he announced, swirling his cloak with both hands until it billowed feebly. "And are you truly the famous Captain Cully of the Greenwood, boldest of the bold and freest of the free?" A few of the outlaws snickered, and the woman groaned. "I knew it," she declared. "Got him, Cully, from gills to gilt, before he does you the way the last one did." But the captain bowed proudly, showing an eddy of baldness on his crown, and answered, "That am I. He who hunts me for my head shall find a fearful foe, but he who seeks me as a friend may find me friend enow. How do you come here, sir?" "On my stomach," said Schmendrick, "and unintentionally, but in friendship nonetheless, though your leman doubts it," he added, nodding at the thin woman. She spat on the ground. Captain Cully grinned and laid his arms warily along the woman's sharp shoulders. "Ah, that's only Molly Grew's way," he explained. "She guards me better than I do myself. I am generous and easy, to the point of extravagance, perhaps. An open hand to all fugitives from tyranny, that's my motto. It is only natural that Molly should become suspicious, pinched dour, prematurely old, even a touch tyrannical. The bright balloon needs the knot at one end, eh, Molly? But she's a good heart, a good heart." The woman shrugged herself away from him, but the captain did not turn his head.
"You are welcome here, Sir Sorcerer," he told Schmendrick. "Come to the fire and tell us your tale. How do they speak of me in your country? What have you heard of dashing Captain Cully and his band of freemen? Here, have a taco." Schmendrick accepted the place by the fire, graciously declined as the gelid morsel, and replied, "I have heard that you are the friend of the helpless and the enemy of the mighty, and that you and your merry men lead a joyous life in the forest, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. I know the tale of how you and Jack Jingley cracked one another's crowns with quarterstaves and became blood brothers thereby, and how you saved your Molly from marriage to the rich old man her father had chosen for her." In fact, Schmendrick had never heard of Captain Cully before, that very evening, but he had a good grounding in Anglo-Saxon folklore, and knew the type. "And of course," he hazardly said, "there was a certain wicked king." "Haggard, rot and ruin him!" Cully cried. "Aye, there's not one here but's been done but wrong, by old King Haggard, driven from his rightful land, robbed of his rank and rents, skinned out of his patrimony. They live only for revenge, mark you, magician, and one day Haggard will pay such a reckoning." A score of shaggy shadows hissed assent, but Molly Grew's laughter fell like hail, rattling and stinging. "Mayhaps he will," she mocked, "but it won't be to such chattering cravens he'll pay it. His castle rots and totters more each day, and his men are too old to stand up in armor, but he'll rule forever for all Captain Cully dares." Schmendrick raised an eyebrow, and Cully flushed a radish red. "You must understand," he mumbled. "King Haggard has this bull." "Ah, the Red Bull, the Red Bull!" Molly hooted. "I tell you what, Cully, after all of these years in the wood with you, I've come to think the bull's not but the pet name you give your cowardice. If I hear that fable once more, I'll go and down old Haggard myself, and know you for enough!" Cully roared. "Not before strangers." He tugged at his sword, and Molly opened her arms to it, still laughing. Around the fire, greasy hands twiddled dagger hilts, and longbows seemed to string themselves, but Schmendrick spoke up then, seeking to salvage Cully's sinking vanity. He hated family scenes. "They sing a ballad of you in my country," he began. "I forgot just how it goes." Captain Cully spun like a cat ambushing its own tail. "Which one?" he demanded. "I don't know," Schmendrick answered, taken aback. "Are there more than one?" "Aye, indeed," Cully cried, glowing and growing, as though pregnant with his pride. Willie Gentle, where is the lad?" A lank-haired youth with a lute and pimples shambled up. "Sing one of my exploits for the gentleman," Captain Cully ordered him. "Sing the one about how you joined my band. I've not heard it since Tuesday last." The minstrel sighed, struck a chord, and began to sing in a wobbly countertenor. "Oh, it was Captain Cully came riding home from slaying of the king's gay deer, when whom should he spy but a pale young man came drooping o'er the lay. What news, my pretty young man? What ails ye that ye sigh so deep? It is for the loss of your lady fair, or are ye but a scabbit in your griep?" "I am nae scabbit, whatever that means, and my griep is as well as a griep may be. But I do sigh for my lady fair, whom my 3 brothers have riven from me. I am Captain Cully of the sweet greenwood, and the men at my call are fierce and free. If I do rescue your lady fair, what service will ye render me?" "If ye do rescue my lady fair, I will break your nose, ye silly old gawk. But she wore an emerald at her throat, which my 3 brothers also took. Then the captain has gone to the 3 bold thieves, and he's made his sword bathe to shiver and sing. Ye may keep the lass, but I'll have the stone, for it's fit for the crown of a royal king." "Now comes the best part," Cully whispered to Schmendrick. He was bouncing eagerly on his toes, hugging himself. "Then it's 3 cloaks off, and it's 3 swords out, and it's 3 swords whistling like the tea. By the faith of my body, says Captain Cully, now ye shall have neither the stone nor she."
And he's driven them up, and he's driven them down, and he's driven them to and fro like sheep. Like sheep! Cully breathed. He rocked and hummed and parried 3 swords with his forearm for the remaining 17 stanzas of the song, rapturously oblivious to Molly's mockery and the restlessness of his men. The ballad ended at last, and Schmendrick applauded loudly and earnestly, complimenting Willie Gentle on his right-hand technique. I call it Alan a Dale picking, the minstrel answered. He would have expounded further, but Cully interrupted him, saying,
Good, Willie, good boy. Now play the others.
He beamed, at which Schmendrick hoped with an expression of pleased surprise.
I said that there were several songs about me. There are 31, to be exact, though none are in the child collection just at present.
His eyes widened suddenly, and he grasped the magician's shoulders.
You wouldn't be Mr. Child himself, now, would you? He demanded. He often goes seeking ballads, so I've heard, disguised as a plain man.
Schmendrick shook his head. No, I'm very sorry, really. The captain sighed and released him.
It doesn't matter, he murmured. One always hopes, of course, even now, to be collected, to be verified, annotated, to have variant versions, even to have one's authenticity doubted. Well, never mind. Sing the other songs, Willie lad. You'll need the practice one day when you're field recorded.
The outlaws grumbled and scuffed, kicking at stones. A hoarse voice bawled from a safe shadow.
Nah, Willie, sing us a true song. Sing us one about Robin Hood.
Who said that? Cully's loosened sword clacked in its sheath as he turned from side to side. His face suddenly seemed as pale and weary as a used lemon drop. I did, said Molly Grew. Who hadn't? The men are bored with ballads of your bravery, Captain Darling, even if you did write them all yourself. Cully winced and stole a side glance at Schmendrick.
They can still be folk songs, can't they, Mr. Child? He asked in a low, worried voice.
After all, I'm not Mr. Child, Schmendrick said. Really, I'm not.
I mean, you can't leave epic events to the people. They get everything wrong.
An aging rogue in tattered velvet now slunk forward. Captain, if we're to have folk songs, and I suppose we must, then we feel they ought to be true songs about real outlaws, not this lying life we live. No offense, Captain, but we're really not merry when all's said.
I'm merry 24 hours a day, Dick Fancy, Cully said coldly. That is a fact.
And we don't steal from the rich and give to the poor, Dick Fancy hurried on. We steal from the poor because they can't fight back. Most of them, and the rich take from us because they could wipe us out in a day. We don't rob the fat, greedy mayor on the highway. We pay him tribute every month to leave us alone. We never carry off proud bishops and keep them prisoner in the wood, feasting and entertaining them, because Molly hasn't any good dishes. And besides, we just wouldn't be very stimulating company for a bishop. When we go to the fair in disguise, we never win at the archery or the single stick. We do get some nice compliments on our disguises, but no more than that. I sent a tapestry to the judging once, Molly remembered. It came in 4th. 5th, a night at vigil. Everyone was doing vigils that year. Suddenly she was scrumpling her eyes with horny knuckles. Damn you, Cully. What? What? He yelled in exasperation. Is it my fault you didn't keep up with your weaving? Once you had your man, you let all your accomplishments go. You don't sew or sing anymore. You haven't illuminated a manuscript in years. And what happened to that viola da gamba I got you? He turned to Schmendrick. We might as well be married the way she's gone to seed. The magician nodded fractionally and looked away. And as for righting wrongs and fighting for civil liberties, that sort of thing, Dick Fancy said, it wouldn't be so bad. I mean, I'm not the crusader type myself. Some are and some aren't. But then we have to sing those songs about wearing Lincoln green and aiding the oppressed. We don't, Cully. We turn them in for a reward. And those songs are just embarrassing, that's all. And there's the truth of it. Captain Cully folded his arms, ignoring the outlaw's snarls of agreement. Sing the songs, Willie. I'm not, The minstrel would not raise a hand to touch his lute. "And you never fought my brothers for any stone, Cully. You wrote them a letter, which you didn't sign." Cully drew back at his arm, and blades blinked among the men, as though someone had blown on a heap of coals. At this point, Schmendrick stepped forward again, smiling urgently. "If I may offer an alternative," he suggested, "why not let your guest earn his night's lodging by amusing you? I can neither sing nor play, but I have my own accomplishments, and you may not have seen their like." Jack Jingley agreed immediately, saying, "I call a magician. 'Twould be a rare treat for the lads." Molly Grew grumbled some savage generalization about wizards as a class, but the men shouted with quick delight, throwing one another into the air. The only real reluctance was shown by Captain Cully himself, who protested sadly. "Yes, but the songs. Mr. Child must hear the songs." "And so I will," Schmendrick assured him. "Later." Cully brightened then and cried to his men to give way and make room. They sprawled and squatted in the shadows, watching with sprung grins as Schmendrick began to run through the old flummeries with which he had entertained the country folk at the midnight carnival. It was paltry magic, but he thought it diverting enough for such a crew such as Cully's. But he had judged them too easily. They applauded his rings and scars, his ears full of goldfish and aces, with a proper politeness, but without wonder. Offering no true magic, he drew no magic back from them, and when a spell failed, as when promising to turn a duck into a duke for them to rob, he produced a handful of duke cherries. He was clapped just as kindly and vacantly as though he had succeeded. They were a perfect audience. Cully smiled impatiently, and Jack Jingley dozed, but it startled the magician to see disappointment in Molly Grew's restless eyes. Sudden anger made him laugh. He dropped 7 spinning balls that had been glowing brighter and brighter as he juggled them. On a good evening, he could make them catch fire. Let go all his hated skills, and closed his eyes. "Do as you will," he whispered to the magic. "Do as you will." It sighed through him, beginning somewhere secret, in his shoulder blade, perhaps, or in the marrow of his shin bone. His heart filled and tautened like a sail, and something moved more surely in his blood than he ever had. It spoke with his voice, commanding. Weak with power, he sank to his knees and waited to be Schmendrick again. "I wonder what I did. I did something." He opened his eyes. Most of the outlaws were chuckling and tapping their temples, glad of the chance to mock him. Captain Cully had risen, anxious to pronounce that part of the entertainment ended. Then Molly Grew cried out in a soft, shaking voice, and all turned to see what she saw. A man came walking into the clearing. He was dressed in green, but for a brown jerkin and a slanting brown cap with a woodcock's feather in it. He was very tall, too tall for a living man. The great bow slung over his shoulder looked as long as Jack Jingley, and his arrows would have made spears or staves for Captain Cully. Taking no notice at all of the still, shabby forms by the fire, he strode through the light and vanished with no sound of breath or footfall. After him came others, one at a time or 2 together, some conversing, many laughing, but none making any sound. All carried longbows, and all wore green, save one who came clad in scarlet to his toes, and another gowned in a friar's brown habit, his feet in sandals and his enormous belly contained by a rope belt. One played a lute and sang silently as he walked. "Allen a Dale." It was raw, Willie gentle. "Look at those changes." His voice was as naked as a baby bird. Effortlessly proud, graceful as giraffes, even the tallest among them a kind-eyed blunderbore. The bowman moved across the clearing. Last, hand in hand, came a man and a woman. Their faces were as beautiful as though they had never known fear. The woman's heavy hair shone with a secret, like a cloud that hides the moon. "Oh," said Molly Grew, "Marian." "Robin Hood is a myth,"
Captain Cully said nervously. A classic example of the heroic folk figure synthesized out of need. John Henry is another. Men have to have heroes, but no man can ever be as big as the need. And so a legend grows around the grain of truth, like a pearl. Not that it isn't a remarkable trick, of course. It was the seedy dandy Dick Fancy who moved first. All the figures but the last two had passed into the darkness when he rushed after them, calling hoarsely, "Robin, Robin, Mr. Hood, sir, wait for me." Neither the man nor the women turned, but every man of Cully's band, saving only Jack Jingley and the captain himself, ran to the clearing's edge, tripping and trampling one another, kicking the fire so that the clearing churned with shadows. "Robin," they shouted, and "Marion, Scarlet, Little John, come back, come back!" Schmendrick began to laugh tenderly and helplessly. Over their voices, Captain Cully screamed, "Fools, fools, and children! It was a lie, like all magic. There is no such person as Robin Hood." But the outlaws, wild with loss, went crashing into the woods after the shining archers, stumbling over logs, falling through thorn bushes, wailing hungrily as they ran. Only Molly Grew stopped and looked back. Her face was burning white. "Nay, Cully, you have it backwards," she called to him. "There's no such person as you or me or any of us. Robin and Marion are real, and we are the legend." Then she ran on crying, "Wait, wait!" like the others, leaving Captain Cully and Jack Jingley to stand in the trampled firelight and listen to the magician's hearty laughter. Schmendrick hardly noticed when they sprang on him and seized his arms, nor did he flinch when Cully pricked his ribs with a dagger, hissing, "That was a dangerous diversion, Mr. Child, and rude as well. You could have said you didn't want to hear the songs." The dagger twitched deeper. Far away, he heard Jack Jingley growl, "He's not Child, Cully, nor is he any journeyman wizard. Neither. I know him now. He's Haggard's son, the Prince Lear, as foul as his father and doubtless handy with the black arts. Hold your hand, Captain. He's no good to us dead." Cully's voice drooped. "Are you sure, Jack? He seemed such a pleasant fellow."
"Pleasant fool, you mean? Aye, Lear has that air. I've heard tell. He plays the gormless idiot, but he's the devil for deception, the way he gave out to be this Child Cove, just to get you off your guard."
"I wasn't off my guard, Jack," Cully protested. "Not for a moment. I may have seemed to be, but I'm very deceptive myself."
"And the way he called up Robin Hood to fill the lads with longing and turn them against you? But he gave himself away that time, and now he'll bide with us through his father to send the Red Bull to free him." Cully caught his breath at that, but the giant snatched up the unresisting magician for the second time that night and bore him to a great tree, where he bound him with his face to the trunk and his arms stretched around it. Schmendrick giggled gently all through the operation, and made matters easier by hugging the tree as fondly as a new bride. "There," Jack Jingley said at last. "Do you guard him the night, Cully, while I sleep? In the morning, it's me to old Haggard to see what's his boy's worth to him. Happen we'll all be gentlemen of leisure in a month's time."
"What of the men?" Cully asked worriedly. "Will they come back, do you think?"
The giant yawned and turned away. "They'll be back by morning, sad and sneezing, and you'll have to be easy with them for a bit. They'll be back, for them not the sort to trade something for nothing, no more than I. Robin Hood might have stayed for us if we were. Good night to you, Captain." There was no sound when he had gone but crickets, and Schmendrick's soft chuckling to the tree. The fire faded, and Cully turned in circles, sighing as each ember went out. Finally, he sat down on a stump and addressed the captive magician.
"Haggard's son you may be," he mused, "and not the collector child as you claim, but whoever you are, you know very well that Robin Hood is the fable and I am the reality. No ballads will accumulate around my name unless I write them myself. No children will read of my adventures in their school books and play at being me after school. And when the professors prowl through the old tales and scholars sift the old songs to learn if Robin Hood ever truly lived, they will never, never find my name, not till to crack the world for the grain of its heart. But you know, and therefore I am going to sing you the song of Captain Cully. He was a good, gay rascal who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. In their gratitude, the people made up these simple verses about him. Whereupon he sang them all, including the one that Willie Gentle had sung for Schmendrick already. He paused often to comment on the varying rhythm patterns, the assonantal rhymes, and the model melodies. There we go. That was chapter 5. We got Robin Hood at home type outlaws. Yeah, basically. I 100% agree. Goodness. No, it's very... Their dynamic is so interesting because everyone looks up to Captain Cully and respects him and follows him, but unfortunately they don't really. They love to go ahead and tease him, and I think they just tolerate him enough. But it's definitely interesting. Oh my goodness, I just realized I don't have the book title up. Oh gosh, let me fix that. There we go. Okay. We've got The Last Unicorn coming up right here. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm sorry for this scuff, my bad, but thank you all so much. Let's go ahead and see how many more chapters we can get through. I think we could probably get through another chapter, maybe 2. We'll go ahead and at least get through one more. That would be fantastic. I would love that. Moving forward, I'm going to go ahead and make sure I take a sip of water because hydration is so very important. Let me go ahead and do that really quickly. Allow me just a moment to hydrate myself, dears. There we go. Hydration has happened. Make sure you all are taking care of yourself, too. We want to go ahead and make sure that you are staying hydrated and healthy and fed and all types of wonderful and fantastically good things. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. You are welcome, Kit, my dear. I am more than glad to go ahead and remind a friend. For sure. No, make sure you're taking care of yourselves, silly. Hydration is very important. Especially when you're reading. Ooh, there goes my bookmark. Gosh. There we go. Okay. Bookmark has been saved. Wonderful. Let's move forward on to chapter 6, shall we? Okay. Chapter 6. Captain Cully fell asleep 13 stanzas into the 19th song, and Schmendrick, who had stopped laughing somewhat sooner, promptly set about trying to free himself. He strained against his bonds with all his strength, but they held fast. Jack Jingley had wrapped him in enough rope to rig a small schooner and tied knots the size of skulls. Gently, he counseled himself. No man with the power to summon Robin Hood, indeed, to create him, can be bound for long. A word, a wish, and this tree must be an acorn on a branch again. This rope must be green in a marsh. But he knew, before he called on it, that whatever had visited him for a moment was gone again, leaving only an ache where it had been. He felt like an abandoned chrysalis. "Do as you will," he said softly. Captain Cully roused at his voice and sang the 14th stanza. "There are 50 swords without the house and 50 more within, and I do fear me, Captain, they are like to do us in. Ha done, says Captain Cully, and never fear again, for they may be 100 swords, but we are 7 men. "I hope you get slaughtered," the magician told him, but Cully was asleep again. Schmendrick attempted a few simple spells for escaping, but he could not use his hands, and he had no more heart for tricks. What happened instead was that the tree fell in love with him and began to murmur fondly of the joy to be found in the eternal embrace of a red oak. Always, it sighed,
faithfulness beyond any man's deserving. I will keep the color of your eyes when no other in the world remembers your name. There is no immortality but a tree's love."
"I'm engaged," Schmendrick excused himself, "to a western lark. Since childhood, marriage by contract, no choice in the matter, hopeless. Our story is never to be." A gust of fury shook the oak, as though a storm were coming to it alone.
"Galls and fire blight on her!" it whispered savagely. "Damned softwood, cursed conifer, deceitful evergreen, she'll never have you. We will perish together, and all trees shall treasure our tragedy." Along his length, Schmendrick could feel the tree heaving like a heart, and he feared that it might actually split in two with rage. The ropes were growing steadily tighter around him, and the night was beginning to turn red and yellow. He tried to explain the oak that love was generous precisely because it could never be immortal. And then he tried to yell for Captain Cully, but he could only make a small creaking sound, much like a tree. She means well, he thought, and gave himself up for her loved. Let's see. The guy is clearly a wild sorcerer, except his spells are just prestidigitation. Goodness gracious. I never thought I would need a D&D reference in this book, but you're not wrong. Let's move on now. Then the ropes went slack as he lunged against them, and he fell to the ground on his back, wriggling for air. The unicorn stood over him, dark as blood in his darkened vision. She touched him with her horn. When he could rise, she turned away, and the magician followed her, wary of the oak, though it was once again as still as any tree that had never loved. The sky was still black, but it was a watery darkness through which Schmendrick could see the violet dawn swimming. Hard silver clouds were melting as the sky grew warm. Shadows dulled, sounds lost their shape, and shapes had not yet decided what they were going to be that day. Even the wind wondered about itself. "Did you see me?" he asked the unicorn. "Were you watching? Did you see what I made?" "Yes," she answered. "It was true magic." The loss came back, cold and bitter as a sword. "It's gone now," he said. "I had it. It had me, but it's gone now. I couldn't hold it." The unicorn floated on before him, silent as a feather. Close by, a familiar voice said, "Leaving us so early, magician. The men will be sorry they missed you." He turned and saw Molly Grew leaning against a tree, dress and dirty hair tattered alike, bare feet bleeding and beslimed. She gave him a bat's grin. "Surprise," she said. "It's Maid Marian." Then she saw the unicorn. She neither moved nor spoke, but her tawny eyes were suddenly big with tears. For a long moment she did not move. Then each fist seized a handful of her hem, and she warped her knees into a kind of trembling crouch. Her ankles were crossed, and her eyes were lowered. But for all that, it took Schmendrick another moment to realize that Molly Grew was curtsying. He burst out, laughing, and Molly sprang up, red from hairline to throat hollow. "Where have you been?" she cried. "Damn you, where have you been?" She took a few steps towards Schmendrick, but she was looking beyond him, at the unicorn. When she tried to get by, the magician stood in her way. "You don't talk like that," he told her, still uncertain that Molly had recognized the unicorn. "Don't you know how to behave, woman? You don't curtsy either." But Molly pushed him aside and went up to the unicorn, scolding her as though she were a strayed milk cow. "Where have you been?" Before the whiteness and the shining horn, Molly shrank to a shrilling beetle, but this time it was the unicorn's old dark eyes that looked down. "I am here now," she said at last. Molly laughed, with her lips flat. "And what good is it to me that you're here now? Where were you 20 years ago, 10 years ago? How dare you? How dare you come to me now, when I am this?" With a flap of her hand, she summed herself up barren face, desert eyes, and yellowing heart. I wish you had never come. Why do you come now? The tears began to slide down the sides of her nose. The unicorn made no reply, and Schmendrick said, "She is the last. She is the last unicorn in the world." She would be, Molly sniffed. It would be the last unicorn in the world that came to Molly Grew. She reached up then to lay her hand on the unicorn's cheek, but both of them flinched a little, and the touch came to rest on the swift, shivering place under the jaw. Molly said, "It's all right. I forgive you." Unicorns are not to be forgiven. The magician felt himself growing giddy with jealousy, not only of the touch, but of something like a secret that was moving between Molly and the unicorn. "Unicorns are for beginnings," he said, "for innocence and purity, for newness. Unicorns are for young girls." Molly was stroking the unicorn's throat as timidly as though she were blind. She dried her grimy tears on the white mane. "You don't know much about unicorns," she said. The sky was jade gray now, and the cheese... the cheese? Goodness. The sky was jade gray now, and the trees had been drawn on the dark a moment ago were trees again, hissing in the dawn wind. Schmendrick said coldly, looking at the unicorn, "We must go." Molly agreed promptly. "Aye, before the men stumble on us and slit your throat for cheating them, the poor lads." She looked over her shoulder. "I had some things I wanted to take, but they don't matter now. I'm ready." Schmendrick barred her way again as he stepped forward. You can't come with us. We're on a quest." His voice and eyes were as stern as he could make them, but he could feel his nose being bewildered. He had never been able to discipline his nose. Molly's own face closed like a castle against him, trundling out the guns and slings and cauldrons of boiling lead. "And who are you to say we?" "I'm her guide," the magician said importantly. The unicorn made a soft, wondering sound, like a cat calling her kittens. Molly laughed aloud and made it back. "You don't know much about unicorns," she repeated. "She's letting you travel with her. Though I can't think why, but she has no need of you. She doesn't need me either, heaven knows, but she'll take me too. Ask her." The unicorn made the soft sound again, and the castle of Molly's face lowered the drawbridge and threw wide even its deepest keep. "Ask her," she said. Schmendrick knew the unicorn's answers by the sinking in his heart. He meant to be wise, but then his envy and emptiness hurt him, and he heard himself cry out sadly, "Never! I forbid it! I, Schmendrick the magician!" His voice darkened, and even his nose grew menacing. "Be wary of rousing a wizard's wrath. Rousing. If I chose to turn you into a frog..." "I should laugh myself sick," said Molly Grew pleasantly. "You're handy with fairy tales, but you can't turn cream into butter." Her eyes gleamed with a sudden mean understanding. "Have sense, man," she said. "What were you going to do with the last unicorn in the world? Keep her in a cage?" The magician turned away to keep Molly from seeing his face, but he did not look directly at the unicorn. He stole but a small sight of her, as stealthily as though he could be made to put them back. White and secret, mourning horned, she regarded him with piercing gentleness, but he could not touch her. He said to the thin woman, "You don't even know where we are bound." "Do you think that matters to me?" Molly asked. She made the cat sound once more. Schmendrick said, "We are journeying to King Haggard's country to find the Red Bull." Molly's skin was frightened for a moment, but even her bones believed, or her heart knew. But the unicorn breathed softly into cupped hand, and Molly smiled as she closed her fingers on the warmth. "Well, you're going the wrong way," she said. The sun was rising as she led them back the way they had come, past Cully still slumped asleep on his stump, across the clearing and away. The men were returning. Dead branches cracked close at hand, and brush broke with a splashing sound. Once they had to crouch amongst the thorns while two of Cully's weary rogues limped by, wondering bitterly whether the vision of Robin Hood had been real or not. "I smelled them," the first man was saying. "Eyes are easy to deceive and cheats by nature, but surely no shadow has a smell." "The eyes are perjurers right enough," grunted the second man, who seems to be wearing a swamp. "But do you truly trust the testimony of your ears, of your nose, of the root of your tongue? Not I, my friend. The universe lies to our senses, and they lie to us, and how can we ourselves be anything but liars? For myself, I trust neither message nor messenger, neither what I am told nor what I see. There may be truth somewhere, but it never gets down to me." "Ah," said the first man with a black grin, "but you came running with the rest of us to go with Robin Hood, and you hunted for him all night, crying and calling like the rest of us. Why not save the trouble for yourself if you know better?" "Well, you never know," the other answered, thickly, spitting mud. "I could be wrong." Wearing a swamp, what a description, right? Goodness. Goodness, the sky is a dark shade and the trees are now cheese. His spells are definitely up to some bull again, for sure, for sure. Goodness gracious. Oh, for sure. Okay, we're just about done with this chapter. We've got a few more stanzas to go and just a little bit more poetry, and we'll be good to go and move on to something a little bit more engaging, perhaps. Let's see. There were a prince and a princess sitting by a stream in a wooded valley. Their 7 servants had set up a scarlet canopy beneath a tree, and the royal young couple ate a box lunch to the accompaniment of lutes and therebos. They hardly spoke a word to one another until they had finished the meal, and then the princess sighed and said, "Well, I suppose I'd best get this silly business over with." The prince began to read a magazine. "You might at least," said the princess, but the prince kept on reading. The princess made a sign to 2 of the servants, who began to play an older music on their lutes. Then she took a few steps on the grass, held up a bridle bright as butter, and called, "Here, unicorn, here! Here, my pretty, here to me! Come, 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 come!" The prince snickered. "It's not your chickens you're calling, you know," he remarked without looking up. "Why don't you sing something instead of clucking like that?" "Well, I'm doing the best I can," the princess cried. "I've never called one of these things before." But after a little silence, she began to sing. "I am a king's daughter, and if I cared to care, the moon that had no mistress would flutter in my hair. No one dares to cherish what I choose to crave. Never have I hungered that I did not have. I am a king's daughter, and I grow old within the prison of my person, the shackles of my skin, and I would run away and beg from door to door just to see your shadow once and never more." So she sang and sang again, and then she called, "Nice unicorn, pretty, pretty, pretty," for a little longer. And then she said angrily, "Well, I've done as much as I'll do. I'm going home." The prince yawned and folded his magazine. "You satisfied custom well enough," he told her, "and no one expected more than that. It was just a formality. Now we can be married." "Yes," the princess said, "now we can be married." The servants began to pack everything away again, while the 2 with the lutes played joyous wedding music. The princess's voice was a little sad and defiant as she said, "If there really were such things as unicorns, one would have come to me. I called as sweetly as anyone could, and I had the golden bridle, and of course I am pure and untouched." "For all of me, you are," the prince answered indifferently. "As I say, you satisfy custom. You don't satisfy my father, but then neither do I. That would take a unicorn." He was tall, and his face was as soft and pleasant as a marshmallow. When they and their retinue were gone, the unicorn came out of the wood, followed by Molly and the magician, and took up her journey again. A long time later, wandering into another country where there were no streams and nothing green, Molly asked her why she had not gone to the princess's song. Schmendrick drew near to listen to the answer. Though he stayed on his side of the unicorn, he never walked on Molly's side. The unicorn said, "That king's daughter would never have run away to see my shadow. If I had shown myself, and she had known me, she would have been more frightened than if she had seen a dragon, for no one makes promises to a dragon. I remember that once it was never mattered to me whether or not princesses meant what they sang. I went to them all, and I laid my head in their laps, and a few of them rode on my back, though most were afraid. But I have no time for them now, princesses or kitchen maids. I have no time." Molly said something strange then, for a woman who never slept a night through without waking many times to see if the unicorn was still there, and whose dreams were all of golden bridles and gentle young thieves. "It's the princess who'd have no time," she said. "The sky spins and drags everything along with it, princesses and magicians and poor Cully and all. But you stand still. You never see anything just once. I wish you could be a princess for a little while, or a flower, or a duck, something that can't wait." She sang a verse of doleful, limping song, halting after each line as she tried to recall the next. "Who has choices need not choose. We must who have none. We can love, but what we lose, what is gone is gone." Let's see. I am pure after all, Prince. Why do I doubt? Why do I doubt that? Hi, Kenyo. Welcome in. How are you doing, my dear? It's wonderful to see you, friend. We're just reading a book right now, so welcome in. We're reading Last Unicorn. It's super comfy cozy. Very fun, cozy fantasy. So please feel free to tune in. I'm not checking chat as often because I am reading. But we're almost done with the chapter, and then we're going to go ahead and do a little bit less reading and a little bit more entertainment. Entertainment, one might say. I would not be surprised. Well, welcome in. It's good to see you. Glad to know that you're here, my dear.
Okay, let's move forward. Schmendrick peered over the unicorn's back into Molly's territory. "Where did you hear that song?" he demanded. It was the first he had spoken to her since the dawn when she joined the journey. Molly shook her head.
"I don't remember. I've known it a long time."
The land had grown leaner day by day as they traveled on, and the faces of the folk they had met had grown bitter with the brown grass. But to the unicorn's eyes, Molly was becoming a softer country, full of pools and caves where old flowers came burning out of the ground. Under the dirt and indifference, she appeared only 37 or 38 years old. No older than Schmendrick, surely, despite the magician's birthdayless face. Her rough hair bloomed, her skin quickened, and her voice was nearly as gentle to all things as it was when she spoke to the unicorn. The eyes would never be joyous, any more than they could ever turn green or blue, but they too had wakened in the earth. She walked eagerly into King Haggard's realm on bare, blistered feet, and she sang often. And far away, on the other side of the unicorn, Schmendrick the magician stalked in silence. His black cloak was sprouting holes, coming undone, and so was he. The rain that renewed Molly did not fall on him, and he seemed ever more parched and deserted, like the land itself. The unicorn could not heal him. A touch of her horn could have brought him back from death, but over despair she had no power, nor over magic that had come and gone. So they journeyed together, following the fleeing darkness into a wind that tasted like nails. The rind of the country cracked, and the flesh of it peeled back into gullies and ravines, or shriveled into scabby hills. The sky was so high and pale that it disappeared during the day, and the unicorn sometimes thought that the three of them must look as blind and helpless as slugs in the sunlight, with their log or their dank rock tumbled away. But she was a unicorn still, with a unicorn's way of growing more beautiful in evil times and places. Even the breath of the toads that grumbled in the ditches and the dead trees stopped when they saw her. Toads would have been more hospitable than the sullen folk of Haggard's country,
Their villages lay bald as bones between knife-like hills where nothing grew, and they themselves had hearts unmistakably as sour as boiled beer. Their children stoned strangers into town, and their dogs chased them out again. Several of the dogs never returned, for Schmendrick had developed a quick hand and a taste for mongrel. This infuriated the townsmen, as no mere theft would have done. They gave nothing away, and they knew their enemies were those who did. The unicorn was weary of human beings, watching her companions as they slept, seeing the shadows of their dreams scurry over their faces. She would feel herself bending under the heaviness of knowing their names. Then she would run until morning to ease the ache, swifter than rain, swift as loss, racing to catch up with the time when she had known nothing at all but the sweetness of being herself. Often then, between the rush of one breath and the reach of another, it came to her that Schmendrick and Molly were long dead, and King Haggard as well, and the Red Bull met and mastered so long ago that the grandchildren of the stars that had seen it all happen were withering now, turning to coal, and that she was still the only unicorn left in the world. Then, one owl-less autumn evening, they rounded a ridge and saw the castle. It crept into the sky from the far side of a long, deep valley, thin and twisted, bristling with thorny turrets, dark and jagged as a giant's grin. Molly laughed outright, but the unicorn shivered, for to her the crooked towers seemed to be groping towards her through the dusk. Beyond the castle, the sea glimmered like iron. "Haggard's fortress," Schmendrick murmured, shaking his head in wonderment. "Haggard's dire keep. A witch built it for him, they say, but he wouldn't pay her for her work, so she put a curse on the castle. She swore that one day it would sink into the sea with Haggard, when his greed caused the sea to overflow. Then she gave a fearful shriek, the way they do, and vanished into a sulphurous puff. Haggard moved in right away. He said no tyrant's castle was complete without a curse." "I don't blame him for not paying her," Molly Grew said scornfully. "I could jump on that place myself and scatter it like a pile of leaves. Anyways, I hope the witch has something interesting to do while she waits for the curse to come home. The sea is greater than anyone's greed." Bony birds struggled across the sky, squealing, "Help me, help me, help me!" And small black shapes bobbled at the lightless window of King Haggard's castle. A wet, slow smell found the unicorn. "Where is the bull?" she asked. "Where does Haggard keep the bull?" "No one keeps the Red Bull," the magician replied quietly. "I have heard that he roams at night, and lies up by day in a great cavern beneath the castle. We'll know soon enough, but that's not our problem now. The nearer danger lies there." He pointed down into the valley, where a few lights had begun to shiver. "That is Hag's Gate," he said. Molly made no answer, but she touched the unicorn with a hand as cold as a cloud. She often put her hands on the unicorn when she was sad, or tired, or afraid. "This is King Haggard's town," Schmendrick said. "The first one he took when he came over the sea. The one that has lain longest under his hand. It has a wicked name, though none I ever met could say exactly why. No one goes into Hag's Gate, and nothing comes out of it but tales to make children behave. Monsters, werebeasts, witch covens, demons in broad daylight, and the like. But there is something evil in Hag's Gate, I think. Mummy Fortuna would never go there, and once she said that even Haggard was not safe while Hag's Gate stood. There is something there." He peered closely at Molly as he spoke, for it was his one bitter pleasure these days to see her frightened in spite of the white presence of the unicorn. But she answered him quite calmly with her hands at her sides. "I've heard Hag's Gate called the town that no man knows. Maybe its secret was waiting for a woman to find out, a woman and a unicorn. But what's to be done with you?" Schmendrick smiled then. "I'm no man," he said. "I'm a magician with no magic, and that's no one at all." The fox firelights of Hag's Gate grew brighter as the unicorn watched them, but not even a flint flared in King Haggard's castle. It was too dark to see men moving on the walls, but across the valley she could hear the soft boom of armor and the clatter of pikes on stone. Sentinels had met and marched away again. The smell of the Red Bull sported all around the unicorn as she started down the thin, brambly path that led to Hag's Gate. That was wonderful. No, that was chapter 6. So we finally finished that. Let's go ahead. I'm honestly feeling like I could pull another chapter. Let's see how long is chapter 7. Let's see. That's chapter 6. Chapter 6, chapter 8. Ooh, chapter 7 is a lengthy one. Let's not worry about that one today. Now, let's see. Kenya says, yeah, I'm going to be lurking while I rest, but it's glad to hear your voice. Honestly, it's wonderful to hear you as well, or at least see you here. I hope everything's gone well with your streams, my friend. So everything I've seen so far and have tuned in for has been absolutely fantastic. So I'm glad to know you're around. Let's see. But this is entertaining. I'm modifying Nerf darts, and this is fun to listen to. No, I'm very glad you guys are actually liking it. I honestly, should I pull another chapter? I think I might. I'm really liking this, and I'm not completely exhausted from reading, so I'm totally okay to do another chapter. Let's go for it. I'm second guessing myself, but we can move forward with that, and I'm absolutely A-okay with it. Let me go back to my bookmark. We found the bookmark fell again. Ah! I have to make sure I keep a close eye on the bookmark I have. One of my little fur children loves to eat them. He's eaten 2 of the 4 bookmarks from the set before. I didn't realize where the first one went, and the second one, yeah, I realized pretty quick where that one went. But yeah, let's go ahead and pull another chapter, yeah? On to chapter 7, my friends. Oh, goodness. Make sure you are staying hydrated as well. I reminded everyone earlier, but it's still important. I'm not going to second guess it or take it back. No takesies backsies. Okay, chapter 7. The town of Hagsgate was shaped like a footprint, long toes splaying from a broad paw and ending in the dark claws of a digger. And indeed, where the other towns of King Haggard's realm seemed to scratch like sparrows at the mean land, Hagsgate was well and deeply dug in. In the streets, its streets were smoothly paved, its gardens glozed, and its proud houses might have grown up out of the earth like trees. Lights shone in every window, and the 3 travelers could hear voices and dogs barking and dishes being scrubbed until they squeaked. They halted by a high hedge, wondering. "Do you suppose we took a wrong turn somewhere and this isn't Hagsgate at all?" Molly whispered. She brushed foolishly at her hopeless rags and tatters. "I knew I should have brought my good dress," she sighed. Schmendrick rubbed the back of his neck wearily. "It's Hagsgate," he answered her. "It must be Hagsgate, and yet there's no smell of sorcery, no air of black magic. But why the legends, then? Why the fables and fairy tales? Very confusing, especially when you've had half a turnip for dinner." The unicorn said nothing. Beyond the town, darker than dark, King Haggard's castle teetered like a lunatic on stilts, and beyond the castle the sea slid. The scent of the Red Bull moved in the night, cold among the town smells of cooking and living. Schmendrick said, "The good people must all be indoors, counting their blessings. I'll hail them." He stepped forward and threw back his cloak, but he had not yet opened his mouth when a hard voice said out of the air, "Save your breath, stranger, while you have it." 4 men sprang from behind the hedge. 2 of them set their swords at Schmendrick's throat, while another guarded Molly with a pair of pistols. The 4th approached the unicorn to seize her mane, but she reared up, shining fiercely, and he jumped away. "Your name," the man who had first spoken demanded of Schmendrick. He was middle-aged, or more, as were they all, dressed in fine but dull clothing. "Gick," said the magician, because of the swords. Gick, mused the man with the pistols. An alien name. Naturally, the first man said. All names are alien in Hagsgate. Well, Mr. Gick, he went on, lowering his sword slightly to the point where Schmendrick's collarbone converged. If you and Mrs. Gick would kindly tell us what brings you skulking here. Schmendrick found his voice at that. I hardly know the woman, he roared. My name is Schmendrick, Schmendrick the magician, and I am hungry and tired and unpleasant. Put those things away, or you'll each have a scorpion by the wrong end. The four men looked at one another. A magician, said the first man. The very thing. Two of the others nodded, but the man who had tried to capture the unicorn grumbled. Anyone can say he's a magician these days. The old standards are gone, the old values have been abandoned. Besides, a real magician has a beard. Well, if he isn't a magician, the first man said lightly, he'll wish he were soon enough. He sheathed his sword and bowed to Schmendrick and Molly. I am Drin, he said, and it is possibly a pleasure to welcome you to Hagsgate. You spoke of being hungry, I believe. That's easily remedied. And then, perhaps, you will do us a good turn in your professional capacity. Come with me. Grown suddenly gracious and apologetic, he led them towards a lighted inn, while the other three men followed close behind. More townsfolk came running up now, streaming eagerly from their houses with their own dinners half-eaten and their tea left steaming, so that by the time the Schmendrick and Molly were seated, there were nearly 100 people wedged together on the inn's long benches, jamming into the doorway and falling through the windows. The unicorn, unnoticed, paced slowly after, a white mare with strange eyes. The man named Drin sat at the same table with Schmendrick and Molly, chattering as they ate, and filling their glasses with a fury black wine. Molly drank very little. She sat quietly, looking at the faces around her, and noting that none seemed any younger than Drin's face, though a few were much older. There was a way in which all the Hagsgate faces were very much alike, but she could not find it. And now, Drin said when the meal was over, now you must permit me to explain why we greeted you so uncivilly. Pish, no need, Schmendrick chuckled. The wine had made him chuckly and easy, and had brightened his green eyes to gold. What I want to know is the reason for the rumors that have Hagsgate full of ghouls and werewolves. Most absurd thing I've ever heard. Drin smiled. He was a naughty man with a turtle's hard, empty jaw. It's the same thing, he said. Listen, the town of Hagsgate is under a curse. The room was suddenly very still, and in the beery light the faces of the townsfolk looked as tight and pale as cheese. Schmendrick laughed again. A blessing, you mean? In this bonny kingdom of old haggards, you are like another land altogether, a spring, an oasis. I agree with you that there's an enchantment here, but I drink to it. Drin stopped him as he raised the glass. Not that toast, my friend. Will you drink to a woe 50 years old? Is it that long since our sorrow fell when King Haggard built his castle by the sea? When the witch built it, I think. Schmendrick wagged a finger at him. Credit where it's due, after all. Ah, so you know the story, Drin said. Then you must also know that Haggard refused to pay the witch when her task was completed. The magician nodded. Aye, and she cursed him for his greed. Cursed the castle, rather, but what has that to do with Hagsgate? The town had done the witch no wrong. No, Drin replied, but neither had it done her any good. She could not unmake the castle, or would not, for she fancied herself in artistic sort, and boasted that her work was years ahead of its time. Anyway, she came to the elders of Hagsgate and demanded that they force Haggard to pay what was due her. Look at me and see yourselves, she rasped, that the true test of a town or of a king. A lord who cheats an ugly old witch will cheat his own folk by and by. Stop him while you can, before you grow used to him. Drin sipped his wine, and thoughtfully filled Schmendrick's glass once more.
Haggard paid her no money, he went on, and Hagsgate, alas, paid her no heed. She was treated politely and referred to the proper authorities, whereupon she flew into a fury and screamed that in our eagerness to make no enemies at all, we had now made 2. He paused, covering his eyes with lids so thin that Molly was sure he could see through them like a bird. With his eyes closed, he said, "It was then that she cursed Haggard's castle, and cursed our town as well. Thus his greed brought ruin upon us all." In the sighing silence, Molly Grew's voice came down like a hammer on a horseshoe, as though she were again berating poor Captain Cully.
"Haggard's less at fault than you yourselves," she mocked the folk of Hagsgate, "for he was only one thief, and you were many. You earned your trouble by your own avarice, not your king's."
Drin opened his eyes and gave her an angry look. "We earned nothing," he protested. "It was our parents and our grandparents whom the witch asked for help, and I'll grant you that they were as much to blame as Haggard in their way. We would have handled the matter quite differently." And every middle-aged face in the room scowled at every older face. One of the old men spoke up in a voice that wheezed and meowed.
"You would have done just as we did. There were crops to harvest and stock to tend, as there still are. There was Haggard to live with, as there still is. We know very well how you would have behaved. You are our children."
Drin glowered him down, and other men began to shout spitefully, but the magician quieted them all by asking, what was the curse? Could it have anything to do with the Red Bull? The name rang coldly, even in the bright room, and Molly felt suddenly lonely. On an impulse, she added her own question, though it had nothing to do with the conversation.
"Have any of you ever seen a unicorn?"
It was then that she learned 2 things: the difference between silence and utter silence, and that she had been quite right to ask the question. The Hagsgate faces tried not to move, but they did move. Drin said carefully, "We never see the bull, and we never speak of him. Nothing that concerns him can be any business of ours. As for unicorns, there are none. There never were." He poured the black wine again. "I will tell you the words of the curse," he said. He folded his hands before him and began to chant. "You whom Haggard holds in thrall, share his feast and share his fall. You shall see your fortune flower, till the torrent takes the tower. Yet none but one of Hagsgate town may bring the castle swirling down." A few others joined in as he recited the old malediction. Their voices were sad and far, as though they were not in the room at all, but were thumbling in the wind and tumbling over the city's inn's chimney, helpless as dead leaves. "What is it about their faces?" Molly wondered. "I almost know." The magician sat silently by her, rolling his wineglass in his long hands. "When those words were first spoken," Drin said, "Haggard had not been long in the country, and all of it was still soft and blooming, all but the town of Hagsgate. Hagsgate was then as this land has become, a scrabbly, bare place where men put great stones on the roofs of their huts to keep them from blowing away." He grinned bitterly at the older men. "Crops to harvest, stock to tend. You grew cabbages and rutabaga and a few pale potatoes, and in all of Hagsgate there was but one weary cow. Strangers thought the town accursed, having offended some vindictive witch or other." Molly felt the unicorn go by in the street, then turn and come back, restless as the torches on the walls that bowed and wriggled. She wanted to run out to her, but instead she asked quietly, "And afterward, when that had come true?" Drin answered, "From that moment we have known nothing but bounty. Our grim earth has grown so kind that gardens and orchards spring up by themselves. We need neither plant nor tend to them. Our flocks multiply, our craftsmen become more clever in their sleep. The air we breathe and the water we drink keep us from ever knowing illness. All sorrow parts to go around us. And this has come about while the rest of the realm, once so green, has shriveled to cinders under Haggard's hand. For 50 years, none but he and we have prospered. It is as though all others have been cursed. Share his feast and share his fall, Schmendrick murmured. I see. He gulped another glass and sip of the black wine and laughed. But old King Haggard still rules, and will until the sea overflows. You don't know what a real curse is. Let me tell you my troubles. Easy tears suddenly glittered into his eyes. To begin with, my mother never liked me. She pretended, but I knew. Drin interrupted him. And just then, Molly realized what was strange about the folk of Hagsgate. Every one of them was well and warmly dressed, but the faces that peered out of their fine clothes were the faces of poor people, cold as ghosts and too hungry to eat. Drin said, Yet none but one of Hagsgate town may bring the castle swirling down. How can we delight in our own good fortune when we know that it must end, and that one of us will end it? Every day makes us richer, and brings us one day nearer to our doom. Magician, for 50 years we have lived leanly, avoided attachments, untied all habits, readying ourselves for the sea. We have taken not a moment's joy in our wealth, or in anything else, for joy is just one more thing to lose. Pity Hagsgate, strangers, for in all the wretched world there can be no town more unhappy. Let's see, all artists all artists are like that. If nobody gets it, then it's ahead of its time. You are correct regarding the castle, 100%. I would totally agree with most artists, especially when they get cocky. Ugh, moving on, I'm gonna start up again. Lost, 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 the townsfolk whimpered. Misery, misery we. Molly Grew stared wordlessly at them, but Schmendrick said respectfully, That's a good curse. That's a professional job. I always say, whatever you're having done, go to an expert. It pays in the long run. Drin frowned, and Molly nudged Schmendrick. The magician blinked. Oh well, what is it if you wish of me? I must warn you that I'm not very skillful sorcerer, but I will be glad to lift this curse from you if I can. Oh, let's see. Hi, Winter. Hello. Hello, how are you doing tonight? I am doing well. I'm just reading right now, so we're going through The Last Unicorn. We're on chapter 7, roughly about halfway through the chapter, so we've got just a bit more time. If you're here for lurking, if you're here for comfy, cozy ambience, if you're here for reading and just to kind of relax, you've come to the right spot this evening. How about yourself? How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're well. Let's see. I'm moving on, and I'm going to start reading up again. I had not taken you for any more than you are, Drin answered. But such as you are, you should do as well as any. I think we will leave the curse the way it is. If it were lifted, we might not become poor again, but we would no longer grow steadily richer, and that would be just as bad. No, our real task is to keep Haggard's tower from falling, and since the hero who will destroy it can only come from Hagsgate, this should not be impossible. For one thing, we allow no strangers to settle here. We keep them away, by force if we must, but more often by guile. Those dark tales of Hagsgate that you spoke of, we invented them ourselves and spread them as widely as we could to make certain that we would have few visitors. He smiled proudly with his hollow jaws. I'm doing pretty good. I'm very glad to hear that you're doing well, Winter. Again, it's very good to see you. Please feel free to relax. Tune in. Schmendrick propped his chin on his knuckles and regarded Drin with a sagging smile. What about your own children? He asked. How can you keep one of them from growing up to fulfill the curse? He looked around the inn, sleepily studying every wrinkled face that looked back at him. Come to think of it, he said slowly, are there no young people in this town? How early do you send children to bed in Hagsgate? No one answered him.
Molly could hear blood creaking in ears and eyes, and skin twitching like water plucked by the wind. Then Drin said, "We have no children. We have had none since the day that the curse was laid upon us." He coughed into his fist and added, "It seemed the most obvious way of foiling the witch." Schmendrick threw back his head and laughed without making a sound, laughed to make the torches dance. Molly realized that the magician was quite drunk. Drin's mouth disappeared, and his eyes hardened into a cracked porcelain. "I see no humor in our plight," he said softly. "None at all." "None," Schmendrick gurgled, bowing over the table and spilling his wine. "None! Pardon me, none! None at all!" Under the angry gaze of 200 eyes, he managed to recover himself and reply seriously to Drin. "Then it would seem to me that you have no worries. None that would worry you, anyway." A small whee of laughter sneaked out between his lips, like steam from a tea kettle. "So it would seem." Drin leaned forward and touched Schmendrick's wrist with 2 fingers. "But I have not told you all the truth. 21 years ago, a child was born in Hagsgate. Whose child it was, we never knew. I found it myself, as I was crossing the marketplace one winter night. It was lying on a butcher's block, not crying, although there was snow, but warm and chuckling under a comforter of stray cats. They were all purring together, and the sound was heavy with knowledge. I stood by the strange cradle for a long time, pondering why the snow fell and the cats purred prophecy." He stopped, and Molly Grew said eagerly, "You took the child home with you, of course, and raised it as your own?" Drin laid his hands, palm, upon the table. "I chased the cats away," he said, "and went home alone." Molly's face turned the color of mist. Drin shrugged slightly. "I know the birth of a hero when I see it," he said. "Omens and portents, snakes in the nursery. Had it not been for the cats, I might have chanced the child, but they made it so obvious, so mythological. What was I supposed to do, knowingly harbor Hagsgate's doom?" His lip twitched, as though a hook had set in it. "As it happens, I erred, but it was on the side of tenderness. When I returned at sunrise, the baby had vanished." Schmendrick was drawing pictures with his finger in a puddle of wine, and might have heard nothing at all. Drin went on. "Naturally, no one ever admitted to leaving the child in the marketplace, and though we searched every house from cellar to dovecote, we never found it again. I might have concluded that the wolves had taken the brat, or even that I had dreamed the whole encounter, cats and all. But for the fact that on the very next day, a herald of King Haggard's came riding into town, ordering us to rejoice. After 30 years of waiting, the king had a son at last." He looked away from the look on Molly's face. "Our foundling, incidentally, was a boy." Schmendrick licked the tip of his finger and looked up. "Lear," he said thoughtfully. "Prince Lear. But there was no other way to account for his appearance?" "Not likely," Drin snorted. "Any woman that would marry Haggard, even Haggard, would refuse." He gave out the tale that the boy was a nephew, whom he graciously adopted on the death of his parents. But Haggard has no relatives, no family. There are those who say that he was born of an overcast, as Venus was born out of the sea. No one would give King Haggard a child to raise." The magician calmly held out his glass and filled it himself when Drin refused. "Well, he got one somewhere, and good for him. But how could he have come for your little cat baby?" Drin said, "He walks in Hagsgate at night. Not often, but now and then. Many of us have seen him. Tall Haggard, grey as driftwood, prowling alone under an iron moon, picking up dropped coins, broken dishes, spoons, stones, handkerchiefs, rings, stepped-on apples. Anything, everything, no reason to it. It was Haggard who took the child. I am as certain of it as I am as certain that Prince Lear is the one who will topple the tower and sink Haggard and Hagsgate together." I hope he is, Molly broke in. I hope Prince Lear is that baby you left to die, and I hope he drowns your town, and I hope the fish nibble you bare as corn cobs. Schmendrick kicked her ankle as hard as he could, for the listeners were beginning to hiss like embers, and a few were rising to their feet. He asked again, "What is it that you wish of me?" "You are on your way to Haggard's castle, I believe?" Schmendrick nodded. "Ah," Drin said. Now, a clever magician would find it simple to become friendly with Prince Lear, who is reputed to be a young man of eagerness and curiosity. A clever magician might be acquainted with all manner of odd potions and powders, poppets and philters, herbs and banes and unguents. A clever magician, mind you, as I said. Clever, no more. A clever magician might be able, under the proper circumstances. He let the rest drift away unspoken, with no less said. "For a meal?" Schmendrick stood up, knocking his chair over. He leaned on the table with both hands, breathing harshly. "Is that the going rate these days? Dinner and wine, the price of a poisoned prince? You'll have to do better than that, friend Drin. I wouldn't do in a chimney sweep for such a fee." Molly Grew gripped his arm, crying. "What are you saying?" The magician shook her hand away, but at the same time he lowered one eyelid in a slow wink. Drin leaned back in his chair, smiling. "I never haggle with a professional," he said. 25 pieces of gold. They haggled for half an hour, Schmendrick demanding 100 gold pieces, and Drin refusing to offer more than 40. At last they settled at 70, half to be paid then, and half upon Schmendrick's successful return. Drin counted out the money on the spot from a leather pouch at his belt. "You'll spend the night in Hag's Gate, of course," he said. "I would be pleased to put you up myself." But the magician shook his head. "I think not. We will go on to the castle. Since we're so near it now, the sooner there, the sooner back, eh?" And he grinned a crafty and conspiratorial grin. "Haggard's castle is always dangerous," Drin warned, "but it is never more dangerous than at night." "They say that about Hag's Gate, too," Schmendrick replied. "You mustn't believe everything you hear, Drin." He walked to the door of the inn, and Molly followed him. There, he turned and beamed at the folks of Hag's Gate, hunched in their finery. "I would like to leave you with this last thought," he told them. "The most professional curse ever snarled or croaked or thundered can have no effect on a pure heart. Good night." Let's see, bet the magician is gonna ruin Haggard. Probably Haggard or the prince. I'd be beside myself if he didn't ruin Lear or Haggard. Goodness gracious. Ugh, I need a little bit of water. Give me a second. Ugh, there we go. Hydration has happened. Okay, starting up again. Outside, the night lay coiled in the streets, cobra cold and scaled with stars. There was no moon. Schmendrick stepped out boldly, chuckling to himself and jingling his gold coins. Without looking at Molly, he said, "Suckers, to assume so lightly that all magicians dabble in death. Now, if they had wanted me to lift the curse, I might have done that for no more than the meal. I might have done it for a single glass of wine." "I'm glad you didn't," Molly said savagely. "They deserve their fate. They deserve worse, to leave a child out in the snow."
"Well, if they hadn't, he couldn't have grown up to be a prince. Haven't you ever been in a fairy tale before?"
The magician's voice was kind and drunken, and his eyes were as bright as his new money.
"The hero has to make a prophecy come true, and the villain is the one who has to stop him. Though in any other kind of story, it's more often the other way around, and a hero has to be in trouble from the moment of his birth, or he's not a real hero. It's a great relief to find out about Prince Lear. I've been waiting for this tale to turn up a leading man."
The unicorn was there, as a star is suddenly there, moving a little way ahead of them, a sail in the dark. Molly said, "If Lear is the hero, what is she?"
"That's different. Haggard and Lear and Drin and you and I, we're in a fairy tale and must go where it goes. But she is real." She is real. Schmendrick yawned and hiccuped and shivered all at once. We'd better hurry, he said. Perhaps we should have stayed the night, but old Drin makes me nervous. I'm sure I deceived him completely, but all the same.
It seemed to Molly, dreaming and waking as she walked, that Hag's Gate was stretching itself like a paw to hold the three of them back, curling around them and batting them gently back and forth so that they trod in their own tracks over and over. In 100 years they reached the last house and the end of town. In another 50 years they had blundered through the damp fields, the vineyards, and the crouching orchards. Molly dreamed that sheep leered at them from the tree tops, and that cold cows stepped on their feet and shoved them off of the withering path. But the light of the unicorn sailed on ahead, and Molly followed it, awake or asleep. King Hagrid's castle was stalking in the sky, a blind black bird that fished the valley by night. Molly could hear the breathing of its wings. Then the unicorn's breath stirred in her hair, and she heard Schmendrick asking,
"How many men?"
3 men, the unicorn said. They have been behind us since we left Hag's Gate, but now they are coming swiftly. Listen.
Steps too soft for their quickness, voices too muffled to mean any good. The magician rubbed his eyes. Perhaps Drin has started to feel guilty about underpaying his poisoner, he murmured. Perhaps his conscience is keeping him awake. Anything is possible. Perhaps I have feathers. He took Molly by the arm and pulled her down into a hard hollow by the side of the road. The unicorn lay nearby, still as moonlight. Daggers gleaming like fish trails on a dark sea. A voice suddenly loud and angry.
"I tell you, we've lost them. We've passed them a mile back. Where I heard that rustling, I'm damned if I'll run any further."
"Be still," a second voice whispered fiercely. "Do you want them to escape and betray us? You're afraid of the magician, but you do better to be afraid of the Red Bull. If Hagrid finds out about our half of the curse, he'll send the bull to trample us all into crumbs." The first man answered in a softer tone.
"It isn't that I'm afraid. A magician without a beard is no magician at all. But we're wasting our time. They left the road and cut across country as soon as they knew we were following. We would chase along here all night and never come up with them."
Another voice, wearier than the first two.
"We have chased them all night. Look over there, dawn is coming." Molly found that she had wriggled halfway under Schmendrick's black cloak and buried her face in a clump of spiny dead grass. She dared not raise her head, but she opened her eyes and saw that the air was growing strangely light. The second man said, "You're a fool. It's good 2 hours to the morning, and besides we're heading west." "In that case," the third voice replied, "I'm going home." Footsteps started briskly back up the road. The first man called,
"Wait, don't go. Wait, I'll go with you."
To the second man, he muttered hastily,
"I'm not going home. I just want to retrace our trail a little way. I still think I heard them, and I've dropped my tinderbox somewhere."
Molly could hear him edging off as he spoke.
"Damn you for cowards," the second man swore. "Wait a moment, then. Will you wait while I try what Drin told me?"
The retreating footsteps hesitated, and he chanted loudly.
"Warmer than summer, more filling than food, sweeter than woman, and dearer than blood."
"Hurry," the third voice said. "Hurry, look at the sky. What is this nonsense?" Even the second man's voice was growing nervous.
"It isn't nonsense. Drin treats his money so well that it cannot bear to be parted with him. Most touching relationship you ever saw. This is the way he calls to it," he went on rapidly, quivering a little. "Stronger than water and kinder than dove, say the name of the one you love."
"Drin," rang the gold coins in Schmendrick's purse. "Drin, Drin, 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 Drin."
Then everything happened.
The ragged black cloak whipped against Molly's cheek as Schmendrick rolled to his knees, groping desperately for the purse. It buzzed like a rattlesnake in his hand. He hurled it far into the brush, but the 3 men were running at them together, daggers as red as though they had already struck.
Beyond King Haggard's castle, a burning brightness was rising, breaking into the night like a great shoulder. The magician stood erect, menacing the attackers with demons, metamorphosis, paralyzing ailments, and secret judo holds. Molly picked up a rock. With an old, gay, terrible cry of ruin, the unicorn reared out of her hiding place. Her hooves came slashing down like a rain of razors. Her mane raged on, and her forehead, as she wore a plume of lightning. The three assassins dropped their daggers and hid their faces, and even Molly Grew and Schmendrick cowered before her. But the unicorn saw none of them. Mad, dancing sea white, she bellowed her challenge again. And the brightness answered her with a bellow like the sound of ice breaking up in the spring. Drin's men fled, stumbling and shrieking. Haggard's castle was on fire, tossing wildly in a sudden cold wind. Molly said aloud, "But it has to be the sea. It's supposed to be." She thought that she could see a window, as far away as it was, and a gray face. Then the Red Bull came. There we go. That's chapter 7. God damn. Chapter 7's been fantastic. Goodness. Aw, crap. They grabbed a GPS tracker. No. Yes, they did. Gosh golly, they definitely did. No, with the coins, I think it's rather funny, but I imagine, considering I only read part of it, I do imagine they continued to just chant Drin repeatedly, like an alarm that you haven't dismissed, just constantly, or like sirens fading away in the distance, just Drin, 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 type of thing, you know? Mr. Krabs type of magic? Yes, 100%. Just money, 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 money. Gosh, dang it. Okay, well, that went really well. Let's see, we got through 4 chapters, about a half hour each chapter. That's not bad. And we're about halfway through the book now, which is great. Let's see, what is chapter 14? I think there's just 14 chapters. Yeah, there's only 14 chapters, so we are halfway through. Whoa, we're halfway there through the book. We're gonna see something. I can't make a rhyme right now. I'm not as good at poetry as this author. Peter S. Beagle does a fantastic job, and I'm an enormous fan. So, no worries there. Let's go ahead and do something real quick, because honestly, I think doing a little to the left would be fantastic. Hopefully the game volume won't absolutely destroy us. Just because I'm in a cozy mood, so we're gonna go ahead and play it just for a little while. Lemon on a chair. Yes, Lincoln on a bear is my favorite one. Or lipstick on a pear. That one's very good too. I like all of those parodies. They're very fun. Aside of that, honestly, I'm perfectly satisfied and content to go ahead and do some a little to the left, just some cozy stuff while we chat and while I solve puzzles. I'll probably only play for another half hour and call it a short stream tonight, just because work. But we're gonna go ahead and do that. Allow me a moment to go ahead and boot up the game. Where is it? There it is. There's the cat photo. Let's go ahead and pause the music. Oh my. There we go. Okay, game volume's pretty loud. There we go. Let's go ahead and try this. Hello? There we go. Wonderful. Cozy, cozy. Let me go ahead and do the thing here, because we're not doing just chatting anymore. A little to the left. There we go. Wonderful. Perfect. Okay, we've updated stuff. Let's go ahead and play. There's a daily tidy. I didn't know there was a daily thing they did. That's new. Let's go ahead and play and see where it puts us. Oh my. I think this is inaccurate.
Let's see, levels. Oh, we're in the DLC right now, that's why. Let's exit. And then levels. We're not playing the DLC. We are doing our standard stuff first and foremost. Let's see. I haven't done this one. We do have scores there because I did have someone play this before on my PC. Let's see. Is it color coded? Let's see. It could be color coded. Or is it the swirlies? I think it's the swirlies. No, it's not. There's just multiple swirlies. Let's see. Lines. Oh, I see. So this is 2 lines, 3 lines, 2 and a little line, 2 and a big line. 5 lines, 3 lines, a lot of lines, nothing, no lines. What? Maybe. Let's see. Because what is the pattern here? Let's figure this out. Let's see. Red cap, green cap. Ah, kitty! Ah, my book! One moment. Ah! Don't do that, cat. Dust, the wonderful orange cat that he is, knocked everything down. He knocked my book off the shelf. Goodness, he's trying to get to the bookmark again. No! It's fine. Everything is fine. Okay, so let's see. Because I want to say it could be height organized. Let's organize it by height. Does this go in the bucket? No. It is not organized by height. Do these all fit together a certain way? Yes, they do. Let's see. Okay, this goes here. This goes not here. Maybe? This definitely goes here. This goes not here. This definitely goes here. Where does the sponge go? Does it go... Let's see. Because this goes here. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. No. Let's see. Where does this... Oh, found it! There we go. We did it! Clap, 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 clap. Nice. Let's see. This is such a cozy game. I'm very much a fan. Oh my. Batteries. Do you go here? Yes, you do. You can go here. And then... Oh, you probably go on the edge here. Oh, I see. There we go. These are comfy, cozy, organized in a line there. That goes here. This goes here. Beep, beep. Let's see. This one will go right here. What? There's one more I'm missing. So this goes here, here, here. Okay, there we go. There's our beautiful little lightning. Oh my. This goes like that. Amazing. This one goes here. No. These follow too much of a pattern. Ah, I see. This goes here. Okay, now to organize the last of these. Oh my, that's a big red one right there. This goes at the top. This goes at the bottom. This goes here. And here is our middle ground. Wonderful. We did it. We did it. Oh, goodness. Dust. Yeah, the foolish kitty. Thank you very much for the thumbs up, Winter. Oh my. Let's see. I think this is going to go in. Let's see, because this is a hexagon octagon. This is an octagon as well. No, it's not. This is a decagon. Okay, so this is round, hexagon, octagon. Is this the decagon? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, this is a that's a 12-sided dice. Coin. Oh, I could do this too. Size. This works. What? Why is that one crooked? Oh well, it's fine, it's fine. Did you update stream title? I did not update the title, but we are, we did go ahead and get the game updated, so. Let's see, reading corner and sorting. There we go. Perfect. That should be updated now. Thank you for reminding me though, Kit. You're amazing. Oh my. Let's see, kitchen, you have to go here. There's no way you don't. Let's organize. Wait. This goes here, this goes... Do these not stack? I feel like these should stack. We'll do this for now. Let's see. I think this goes here. Oh, these probably go here. Why are these not stacking? Does this one stack here? Nope, they don't. It's okay. I am disorganized and I'm fixing it, I promise. Little fork. This is like a strainer. This is for tea. I love these things. I use them fairly often. This probably goes here. Chopsticks. What? Oh, just a single chopstick? Oh my. Let's see. Oh, fork goes right here because the box is square. This is a big spoon. This is a knife. This is a little fork. This is a knife. It's probably a little spoon. A corkscrew. Okay, corkscrew. Chopstick. Perfect. A whisk. Coco? Yeah, that makes sense. And then a big fork. Now. Are these not supposed to stack together? Because these have to go here, right? What just... How... Because these have to go here, right? Let's see. I just wrapped the tea bag around the spoon and put it on the string. Yeah, that's true. Usually, I actually, I have a loose leaf tea strainer, that one of my friends for Dungeons and Dragons got me. It's absolutely adorable. It is a little baby axolotl. Like, I feel like these should stack, but they don't. Like, I feel like... Is this just that I didn't set it in the right spot? Oh. Yeah, it's connected by the holes. I was trying to stack the spoon portions in each other. Can you tell what type of dishware I have? No, tea strainers are super nice. But I have one that looks like an axolotl. That's really cute. It just hangs off the edge of a glass. It's really cute. Oh my. Oh my, this is packing peanuts. Hi, Dust. Will you please get down? Thank you. No, don't jump on the keyboard. There we go. We're good. Yeah, why strain the leaves when you can just do tea readings wrong and turn it into a Rorschach test? We love the Rorschach test. Let's see. Oh my. Let's see where this fits. Here? That doesn't really fit there. This is going to be fun. See, I'm not sure where to go from here. Here? Maybe here. Yes. Oh my, that one does not go there, but I feel like it should. Koko desu ka? That's okay. We'll do the tiny one right here. Little tiny pointy one, where do you go? Oh, it does slide in right there. Okay, wonderful. This probably goes here. Big light bulb goes here. Let's see. Oh my. This one has to go here. Meaning this one goes here. Does this? That does not fit. What about this? Nope. This. This? That one had the paper sound effect, so we're good. That one too. I feel like this has to go here. This probably goes here. Here. Oh, thank God. I was really worried about this one. Goodness. Goodness. Booney! Hi! Welcome in! Good to see you, my friend. You missed all the reading, but that's okay. That's not enough packing peanuts for those light bulbs. UPS is going to reduce that glass into dust. I would agree 1,000,000%. No, oh goodness, I do need to go ahead and stretch. Thank you for the redeems. Oh goodness, I actually just ran out of water, so I guess I'm going to have to consume some soda. We're definitely in need of extra drink. For sure. There we go. Ah, goodness. Oh, I just popped my neck. That felt amazing. Ah. Good wing stretches right there. Thank you. Oh, gosh. How are we doing? I'm doing well. No, we just finished reading 4 chapters of The Last Unicorn. So we got some comfy cozy reading done. We're halfway through the book now, so we just finished chapter 7. Oh my, that is a large space to fill and organize. That is very disorganized too. I'm ready to cry over it. Maybe a little. But how are you doing, Booney? I don't know if you were streaming or not. Kid, can you get a shout out for Booney, please? That'd be amazing if you could. No, I would appreciate that while I grab some soda. Give me a second. I gotta get distance from my microphone. There we go. Wonderful. Ugh, no. If you guys aren't following Booney already, he is so sweet. They are such a wonderful person. Booney, please, we need to collab sometime immediately, please. Tell me. Tell me when. I would love to. Let's get that good soda crackle. There we go. Wonderful. Goodness. I forgot that's a thing I gotta do as a mod. No worries. Oh, but you were playing Repo. I wonder, was it when I actually rated you that you were playing Repo most recently, my friend? Oh, we do. We gotta play things for sure. Oh, yes. I'm all for it. And I recently just got some, mods for Repo. So if you ever want to be spooky again, I have found far too much joy in that game. Please feel free to go ahead and bother me about it. Yeah, Saturday night. Yeah, it was Saturday night, if I'm recalling correctly. Yeah, it was Saturday, because I, double rated you on accident with Lourdes. Lourdes rated Cinder and I got you, so we ended up getting both of you in the same stream. No, that was fun. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's not gonna fit here. That's unfortunate. What about here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. Goodness, I promise I can organize dice. There we go. That sorted itself lovely. In a most lovely way. No, but we definitely need to do something. I hope you had a good stream if you did stream. If not, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Let's see. Candles. Oh, there's too many candles here for it to... I think the candles go here. Nope, that is too short. Too short a space. Oh, it probably goes here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, that's a dice. Nope, dice belong there. Let's see. This one goes here. This one goes here. Do we have more candles? Yes, we do. Glasses. Megane. Koko. Crayon. Oh, crayons are horizontal. I'm gonna set it there for the moment. Glasses go here. Scissors, you go here. Pocket knife. You probably go here. Lighter. Oh, that's a USB. That's not a lighter. My bad. It's been a nice, relaxing day. Oh, I'm so glad it's been a relaxing day for you. I definitely have enjoyed it myself. I've had a chill day myself, so I'm very glad to hear it, friend. Let's see. Tape. Lock. Oh, that was sketchy for a second. I'm gonna assume the lock goes there. This probably goes there. This looks like a push pin location. There is just a singular lone Q-tip. That is unfortunate. Pen. Where does... Oh, the pen is gonna go right there. Crayon, where do you go? Where do you go? Where does the crayon go? Crayons probably actually go here. Did the batteries go here? Let's see, matches must go here. Crayons... Here, here, here. Pens, red, gray. Let's see, orange. Where does this go? Let's see, paperclip, paperclip, candle, candle. Let's see, this must go there. Button, perhaps here. Oh, there is another battery. Let's see if that goes there. Yes. Let's see, the whistle must go here. Paperclip also goes here. There's 4 of those. Tape measure will probably go here. Where on earth would this go? Oh, the crayon. My bad. Beep. There we go. We will organize by color. I'm assuming... This... What on earth? Where is this supposed to go? Unless this goes... No, this has to go here. Does it go with the glasses? Does it go with the scissors? Then what goes here? What on earth? Does anything else go anywhere else? Or am I blind? Let's see, let's see. A gray crayon, a crayon. It's a crayon, you're correct. There we go, we finally got some hydration. Let's see. Because I feel like... This has to go... Why is it vertical? Does it just go here? Does it go here? What goes here? What am I missing? Am I blind? I'm very good at being blind. You all know this. Unless the candles don't fit there. Unless this goes here with the glasses. It doesn't really fit. Not in a perfect organizing type of way. Let's see. Where would this go? Does it go outside the drawer? In the middle? It goes right there. The dice go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Nice! We did it! The dice. I know. I realized. I was like, what goes here? I don't know. The dice are organized numerically. I'm not sure. We figured it out, though. Oh my. I'm assuming this has, everything to do with paint drips. Let's see, what colors are we working with? Just red and green right here? Okay, let's see. That looks correct. Hi, Dust. Will you please move, buddies? There we go. Now we move down here. Yellow. Now, my bad, my bad. Let's see. There we go. Paint drips right there. That is not the right color of gray. Ta-da! Beautiful. Let's go. This is such a cozy game. I'm loving it. I like playing this while I read, too. Oh my. Okay, so there are 4 colors and 5 slots. So it's probably not organized by color. Is it organized by shape? Because this is 4 holes, this is 2 holes, this is 4, this is 2, this is 1, this is 1, this is 3, 4, 4, unless 4 goes in here. Let's see. 0, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 5. Is this 1 or is this... That's a 0. That's a 1. This is a 3. Wait. 3s go here, my bad. 3, 2, 0, 2. I did it! Let's go! That one I got pretty fast. I was like, color is not an option. Shape is not an option. There's 2 shapes. And then the holes were the next option there that I went through. So I'm very proud that I got that so quickly. Not complaining about it. Oh my. Let's see. Is this how many teeth? That's a beautiful wind. Let's see, because this is 2. This is the number 5. This is okay. Yeah, I think it's teeth. No, because these both have 1. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it might be sizes. Let's organize by size. Let's organ size. Ha ha ha. That's smaller. No, it's the amount of gaps in each tooth. I see now. Okay, so this is 1. This is 2. This is a lot. This is 3. 3. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 6, and then 7. Beautiful. So it's 1, 2... Oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice, nice. We're getting through this pretty quickly. Oh my. It's a toolbox. My daddy issues are gonna show. Oh no. Does that go there? This... where's a better spot for this to fit? Let's see. Where would these fit? There's 3 of them. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. And then this looks very much like it fits there. Okay. 4, and there's gotta be another one here somewhere. Unless it's just 4. Let's see. Screws don't fit there, but they do fit here. I'm assuming these go here. Yeah, that one looks fine. What am I supposed to do with that? Why is there a gold tooth? maybe I shouldn't ask questions. I feel like at this point I really shouldn't. Let's see. There's another one. This one is vertical. This looks correct. So does this. Let's see. A toolbox. You don't want to see the stuff I have in my room. Oh, God. Oh, my. What? It. Ha. Oh, there's a Lego. I love Legos. Boom. It's just a spare Lego. Okay. 1, 2, 3. There's... Why is there just an acorn? What? I'm confused. But this looks correct as well. This goes here. There's the tooth. I understand now. Now, this must go here. Slowly, like, bending it. That looks right. This now has to go here. This probably. Lego must go in here. Okay. Choo-choo. There's the little sword-looking things. Does this go here? It must. And this must go here. And the acorn goes here. No. These go here. And the acorn goes here. Why do they have an acorn? The world may never know. Let's see, I already have 100 tools scattered about in my room, though in places that make sense. At least I'm not messy in that aspect. That is true. That is true. But, like, organizing like this, very satisfying. I, however, do not know why you would bend the nail to the shape of your toolbox. It is rather strange. Definitely, for sure. Okay. Oh, shelf. Shelf. Oh, my. That's a giant Q-tip. Does it go in there? No. That fits too perfectly right there. Let's see. This. Yes, that looks correct. Oh, no, it doesn't. This must go right here. Is there another one? Yes, there is. I see. Okay, so this goes here. These go here. This goes here. And this all goes right there. This jar, I do not think is incorrect. However, what? Oh my. That was an accident. Let's see. Does the contact cleaner go here? Contact cleaner. Let's see. Where's the tiny bitty stuff? We've got plenty of this must go here. Do these not go in the jar? Oh, I see. I needed to take the lid off. That is very sneaky. Hairbrush. I found the hairbrush, Larry the Cucumber. We don't need to wonder where your hairbrush is anymore. This. Essential oils. I feel like these go in here. There we go. Okay, now we've got... Ooh, a ring. You must go with the other jewelry. Okay, and now... Let's see. This must go here. Hairbrush must go here. Oh my, no. Stand up, please. Toothbrush probably goes in with the bin shaped like a toothpaste. No? Okay, so the rest of this is organized enough. Let's see. I feel like this... Why is that doing that? No, stop falling. What about this? Oh, that fits beautifully. Does this go here? Or does this go... No, that goes there. Now. I feel like the hairbrush goes right there. Stop falling, you goober. Okay, now contact case. What about that? What about this? It does not stack. Okay. If contact cleaner is for contact lenses, I assume contact glue is for them also. I would assume so. Contact cement, yes, I would assume that that is accurate. This goes here. This must go here. So, where does this go? Does the hairbrush also go in the thing with the teeth brushing? Does this go in the thing with the teeth brushing? Contacts. Oh. Maybe now it'll stack. Oh god, I really just needed to do it in the correct order. Oh my goodness. Contact sports. I do like how it's color-coded too, like the red is all the teeth and hair and hygiene stuff. And oh no. Oh no, it's this type of level. Oh my. Let's see, this one probably goes here. Oh my. This nope. Let's see, because this... How does this hang? What? It hangs at a diagonal. That is bizarre. Triangle, you make sense right there. Let's see. This is little tiny level. Perhaps right here? Screwdriver. Let's see. What else are we working with? Hammer. Hammer! What? How does this hang? This has to be, like, right here or something. Nope. Why is it not starting? So the red... Okay. Maybe here? That is the only spot that makes sense. That is the only spot that makes sense to me. There is an axe right here. Ding, okay. Axe. Now, this made sense right here as well. And I think that is correct. Screwdrivers. I think those two made sense right there. Now, we move onwards to more wrenches. That tracks. I don't know what this is, but it probably goes right here. Let's see, this can go here. That makes sense. This one is the big red one. It can go there. This
must go here, right? Nope. No. Does it go here? We'll figure it out. Broom. Card. Let's see, does this go right here? No. Oh. Beautiful. Now. Unless this goes here, and this goes here, and this goes here? No. This made the most sense because they line up. They line up along the bottom, right? Like, I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that makes sense. Hammer time. What the hell sort of pegboard is this? I know, that's what I'm saying. It's a very strange one. There's tape. Why is there tape? I don't know if the axe goes here actually now. Actually, ha 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 ha. Let's see, does this go here? Yeah, that must go there. Hammer. 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 So this must be in the wrong spot then. I feel like this is the only spot that makes sense for it, though. Unless no, the hammer fits too nicely there. This must go here. This goes here, and this does go here? This is in the wrong spot. Oh, no, wait. Is it? Or is this in the... Let's see. Unless... No, that made too much... See, this makes too much sense. The only one I'm having trouble with is this. Let's see. Unless it's this. Which I don't feel like this is incorrect. This is incorrect. Let's see. No. No, that's not right either. There we go. Okay, I found it. So that goes there. This goes here. And this goes exactly where it was before. What about this? Why is this a problem still? Why is this still a problem? Or is this the problem? See, I feel like... Let's see, is this... No. Because I feel like this is the problem still, but I don't know what type of correction I would need to make. Because these line up too beautifully for it to not be correct. Let's see. Because the rest of this, I feel like it's all right, but this is the only thing that's driving me nuts. Unless this just hangs. Nah. This definitely goes here. Unless this goes somewhere completely different. No. Let's see. Because
this... See, I feel like this should be right. Like, I feel like that should be right. What am I doing wrong? I just... What am I supposed to do? I'm confused. I am, like, permanently confused. Because the axe... This all lines up super nicely. Because, like, my other thought process was this. But these don't... Oh. Why do these not fit? Why do these not fit? Am I missing something? I'm confused. Oh. Let's see, what else could I be missing? Am I... Like, I feel like I shouldn't be missing anything, but I think I am. Unless there's, like, something I'm totally just destroying. Okay, because these look right. These all look correct. Like, this whole half... And I like how this looks. This looks much better. Does the axe go right here? No, the axe couldn't. This goes here. This has to go here. I don't understand. Is my brain frying? Probably. Yeah, what's... Like, all of this looks right. I don't see what the problem is. I want to skip this one. I'm bored, I'm bored. Wait, what? Okay, never mind. I thought it... Let me keep going. Ooh, color coding. Oh. I want to clean them. Clean, 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 clean. Oh, that's a terrible sound. Clean. How shiny are those coins? Amazing. Beautiful. Stupendous. Oh my. Okay, this looks like shoes, balls, ha 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 ha, cords, and garden supplies? Oh, tech stuff. Is this a gardening glove? Yes. This could also be colors, but that's a floppy disk. God. Sports. Garden. Tech. Garden. 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 Tech. Sports. Sports. Flip-flop. I missed the ping pong ball. Is that not it? Did I miss something? Is this a sports thing? Oh, there's a cable. There we go. I found the cable. Oh god, it's a floppy disk. I know. I was just like, that's a floppy disk. What do you mean? Why is this here? That was pleasant, though. That one was fast. Oh my. There's a finish. This is a racetrack. Oh, heck yeah. We gotta build a racetrack. What? I feel like this must be
moving stuff around right now. I feel like that... No, that's not correct. No, that's also not right. Let's see, is there any other vertical lines? That lines up right there. That's too perfect. Now, horizontal lines. That's another... That was an accident, but I do think that is correct. This is not right. Let's see, this is gonna be a tricky one that takes a moment. Nope. Unless there's another... Does that line up? It might. Let's move that out of the way. I do think this is like a bottom corner type of dealio. This one goes here, this one goes here. Nope, that is not correct. What about this one? I've already tried that. What other vertical lines do we have? Okay, because... No, this one goes right here. This only needs to be horizontal. Because that's two tapes that line up. Horizontal? That tracks. Okay. That makes sense, that makes sense. Get it? Because it's a racetrack? Let's see. I swear, if you called that a save button, I would have disintegrated. No, I know it's a floppy disk, you goober. I'm there. Let's see, this will not line up. That will not line up. What about this? No. Let's see. What else could we... Nope. Nope. Those two do line up very nicely, though, except for this portion. Let's see. What else might we be able to do? Is it the tape, or is it the arrows? I think it's the arrows, actually. No, because this would have to go right there. Let's do this. Because that lines up too perfectly. Dang. Let's see, because this should line up right here. Yeah, those line up beautifully. I'm assuming it's the arrows now, and now that we know that, this would line up there. I don't think anything needs to be right here. However, this does line up that way. So something goes right here. Where's the green arrow? Here it is. Beep, 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 beep. Now, this would go right here. We're gonna move this. This goes right here. A downward arrow goes there. There we go. The arrows are making sense now. Yippee! Now, if this goes right here, I see. Okay, so... This is the end of the line, buddy. Let's... Oh, nope. Let's do this. I can't. Let's just move this here. This will go over. This goes here. I did it again. This goes here. This goes here. Okay, now
That'll give me enough space to work with. Okay, perfect. Now, to move it all back into position. This goes over. Damn it, I can't do that. Okay. Okay, let's try moving it this way. Okay. Thank God. This is gonna take a moment. Because now that we're lining up all the arrows, it's just gonna be a second. Now, where does this all go? That has to go right here. Oh, this was the correct spot. Perfect. That is actually the correct spot as well. That was an accident. Now, this needs to move over. Let's see. Did I get myself stuck? Really hope not. Because that upwards arrow should be right here. This just needs to not be right there. This goes here. This needs to be over. This goes... Oh my. This will go there, meaning this is incorrect. Let's move that here. Actually, move it there for the moment. Let's see, because this should go right here. Meaning this needs to be scooched over one. Now we can move this down. Wonderful, wonderful. Now, there's our green arrow. I almost missed the hollow arrow right there. And this goes here. Beautiful. Oh. Baby. It's a baby. Oh my god. Can I pet it? I can't pet it. That's unfortunate. Oh, the glass is very dusty. Shiny, 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 shiny. Let's clean this off. There we go. And now... Wait a... Oh. Flora. There we go. No! No! Why is the cat evil? Oh my god. Reminds me, where's my cat? Why clean our house when we can play a game about cleaning our house instead? What is this cat looks like evil. Please don't be about cleaning and then getting it messy again. Inner nature. Oh my god, he did knock the pot of flowers down. Rude. Oh my god, we have to fix it now? Let's see. This will go here. This definitely goes here. This goes here. Where's the little bitty piece? Let's see. Triangle. No. Let's see. I don't want to have to clean up after this cat forever. Oh my. That goes here. This will go here. Now we've got another triangle and a little bitty guy. This gives me, like, Monsters, Inc. vibes, like Boo's door, specifically, you know? This goes here. This goes here. And now, this. Beautiful. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. At least we can do the ancient Japanese art of repairing things with gold glue. Yeah, Totsugeki, I think. There's also kintsugi, because kin or gin is gold. So yeah, no, I do think that's a very loverly... Oh, we are just cleaning up after the kitty. Come on. I don't know how we're cleaning up the feet prints. Oh, there is more. What a sneaky little guy. Let's fix the corner. Oh my god. A little messy master. Master of mess. Kitty needs exercise. Kitty needs help. Oh my. What? Am I just cleaning up after the cat forever? What? There we go. We're cleaning the kitty prints. Oh, that one fell off. Oh my god, that leaf has cat scratches on it. A lot of the leaves do, actually, now that I'm noticing it. Let's clean up the kitty paw prints. There we go. Got it. This kitty needs mental exercise desperately. You son of a gun. I swear to God. You thief. Nope. Stop being a craphead. Stop being stupid. You goober. We're gonna keep cleaning. Little gremlin? That's what I'm saying. It's a little gremlin and a half. Jeez. It's probably a Maine Coon kitty, so they're huge and I can say it's a gremlin and a half. What? I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Oh. I'm supposed to... What? What am I supposed to... I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Do I just spam click all of this? I don't think I can. This is growing back very quickly. Oh my god. So, what other options do I have? Can I just, like, cut the plant down? Is it gonna grow back? What? Maybe I just need to trim it in the right order? No, that's too straightforward. What am I supposed to do? Like, that's the only thing that's interactable. Unless I'm missing something. Can I, like, shake the pot? Please? Please, pretty please? Pretty please. Pretty please. Pretty please. What am I supposed to do? Because there's... What am I supposed to do? Is this supposed to be symmetrical? This one. This one.
This one. Oh my god, it is. I was spam clicking too many things all at once. Ooh. Colors. That goes right here. This goes right here. This goes right here. That goes here. Boom. 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 Nice. Color coded. Beautiful. Let's go. Oh my. What am I supposed to do here? Oh. Am I supposed to... Oh, I see. Line them up so the leaves don't touch. Beautiful. Beady bing. Nice. Okay. Ooh, pretty rocks. Let's see. And then there's yellow, yellow, green. Green, orange, purple. There we go. Color gradient. Wonderful. I like that. That's pretty. I think the cat has gotten bored, though. Oh, shiny. That is correct. Oh, this looks like a symmetry dealio. Where's the other... Lobster claw. Lobster claw. There we go. There's not another orange thing. If there's not another one, then it probably goes in the middle. Why is it doing that? What am I making? Am I making a crab? I don't understand. What am I supposed to make? Beep beep. Beep beep. This one is symmetrical. And then this. I don't understand. But at least I understand what is going in the center and what is not going to go in the center. That's definitely a plus. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Okay. Am I just supposed to, like, spread these out? Because I feel like they're too far apart. Let's see. Why did that slide into place? I feel like this just has to be symmetrical. I mean, it's working so far. I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to this specific pattern. Starfish. No. Naughty cat. Stop. Stop. I will end you. Maybe this just goes up here. Does that make sense? What I'm doing? I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to it. Does it have to be color-coded? I really hope not. Okay, no, kitty. Kitty. Stop. Don't do that. I mean, it looks fine to me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Stop. Stop. No. No. Don't do that. That kitty's being so naughty. What am I supposed to do? Does it, like, matter what I'm supposed to do? Like, I feel like this is symmetrical, is it not? Is this not the goal? Why is the cat interacting with it, then? Am I, like, missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. Is this just not correct? That looks more spacious. At least, which is nice. Is that not it? I don't understand. I'm gonna go ahead and skip this level because this one is not great for me. Yay, 1 star. Amazing. Let's see, stop the pink shell with the starfish. Oh, I probably should have done that. Is this another symmetry one? Ugh. Let's go. Let's see. That's not symmetrical. Great. 1, 2. This is not symmetrical right here. 1, 2. This is not either. And then there's this little guy. Choo 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 choo. This is not symmetrical right here. The rest of these ones are. Let's see, 1, 2. This is not supposed to be there. There. This one's not. Oh, that was it? Okay. You son of a gun. At least it's still symmetrical. Okay. Silly cat. He just likes messing with all the plants. Oh my, rock collection. Or just thing collection. Shiny. That's a candy. Oh no, this goes with the this. These go here. These must go here. And then the special items that they're color-coded with go in the middle. I love the googly eyes one, how they're like, ooh, these rocks look like googly eyes. Our organization skills are impeccable. Oh no, never mind. Is this another they have to fit together type of deal? This is brown. This is... acorns. Pine. 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 Flower? I don't understand. What am I supposed to do with this one here? Let's see. Please don't be another symmetry one. Are these symmetrical? Oh my god. It's another one. Oh god. This one looks like a centerpiece. This, there's probably another acorn about it. We'll set these here. Oh my, okay. Okay, red flowers, you're gonna go, like, here. Is this another symmetrical one? Yeah, it is. I don't like these ones. There we go. Okay, this... that moved into the center on its own. Eggy shells. Dragonfly wing looking things. Pig nose. Yellow leaf. Yellow flower thing. I think it's a weed, but it's pretty. You can go here. You can go here. That's a centerpiece. Okay, that looks symmetrical to me. What am I supposed to do now? This looks correct. Am I wrong? Oh my god, thank god. That was bizarre. Why did the other ones not do that for me? That was weird. Oh my, okay, so you can go here, you can go here. No, orange and green, orange and black, black and red, and then everything. Orange and green, green and red, orange and black. There we go. Venn diagram looking rocks. I love that. Let's move. Ooh, pretty shiny rocks. Let's see. This probably goes there. This, gray. Is this a weird puzzle? I mean, obviously it's all a weird puzzle, but like, let's see. Because I'm trying to find... that looks like a top corner. Oh, there we go, yeah. Yes, it is. Let's see. This one goes here. Beautiful. No. No. That does not go there. That does not go there. This... yes. There we go. Now... now, what we have to do is not that. Let's see. What's a good... that fits there beautifully. This also fits there nicely. This...
we don't have yet. That we don't have yet either. Let's see. Let's see. What fits this angle here? This. No. Very much not. That does. Let's see. Because those fit together very beautifully. However, these fit better there. This fits here. Nope, it does not. I lied. It's this one. That works much better. That does not line up. That does. But they don't have anything in the super bright corners right there. Bright corners? Wow. That's not correct. This could be. However, don't think this is incorrect. No. Let's see. What else could we do? Does this line up here? Or is there supposed to be a gap somewhere? Let's see. This lines up very nicely there. No. Oh, perfect. Now this goes here. This must be here. There we go. Beautiful. Amazing. Amazing. Oh god, mosaics. Yeah, I know. I'm not usually great at mosaics, but we figured it out. No worries, no pressure. Oh, it's another symmetry puzzle. Ah! It's fine. These are all supposed to be symmetrical anyways. There's those. This too. Oh, God. Let's see. These line up like that. Here's the very symmetrical four-leaf clover. Now, these are all technically four-leaf clovers, but that one is extra symmetrical. Now, these can go here. These can go here. This one goes here. Now we just do... Now that I understand how the symmetry puzzles work, they're not actually that bad. There we go. I swear to God, cat. I swear to God. Not the four-leaf clovers. No, it's okay. It's okay. They're all... The cat goofed them up. It's fine. When does he not do that? Oh, it's a snowflake microscope. Hello? Am I supposed to find... like a snowflake? Like this? Let's see. Oh, I understand now. I was supposed to do this and zoom in and line it all up. Let's see. This one. Now. The boring stuff. I'm supposed to find the little tiny end bits, I think. Let's see. Oh, there they are. No, that's not them. These ones. Found them. There we go. We got it. Again? Oh, okay, fine. There's one. Here's the edges. There we go. And now we need the middle piece, which is this bad boy right here. There we go. Please no more. God damn it. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll get the outer pieces here first, because these are terribly irritating to deal with. These one. Beautiful. And now we just need the centerpiece, which is right here. Please. There we go. Wonderful. Amazing, amazing. Oh my. I want this to be symmetrical. You are this color, so that is 1, 2, 3. You are right here. You are right here. Lightning bug, you're in the middle, silly. Nice. We got it. Wonderful. Ugh. Near or Earth Organizer? Oh my, why is that a rainbow match? Oh my. I am vibing with this music though. This is awesome. Let's see. Do I just straighten these? I can't really do much. Oh my. What? Oh, I get it. What? Where does that go? Okay, now the donut goes back over here. Apple goes golfing. And this goes... Nice! That was bizarre. Oh, hey! Welcome, welcome, Anthropologist YT. Good to see you. Well, anthropologist, I should say. Do you prefer anthro, if you don't mind my asking? Yeah. Do you prefer anthro? Do you prefer apologist? Do you prefer anthropology, the clothing store, or anthropology, the science? Oh my, what? It's noon. Do I just wait until it's later in the day? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do I just keep going? Or do I have to wait until the shadow has disappeared? Let's see. Let's try... There we go. It is 1:15. Wonderful, wonderful. Cool with me. Anthro's fine. Well, it's wonderful to meet you. Thank you so much for joining the boat board, too. It's wonderful to have you. Okay. Oh, my. Let's see. King, Queen, Bishop, Knight, Rook, Pawn. The shadows. King, Queen, Bishop, Knight, Rook, Pawn. What? So let's see. Pawn. Do I stack them? Pawn, rook, rook, pawn. Knight is his self. Bishop, queen, king. Let's see. Bishop, knight, rook, pawn. I feel like it should be the shadows. Goodness. Let's see. What else could it be? Because we already tried just organizing them by height. We already tried organizing them by, like, rank. Oh, am I a fool? Is it how they're organized on the chessboard? No, because the pawn can't go in front of anything. What on earth? What am I supposed to do? Are the... Oh... I understand now. Now, shadows. There we go. Now, queen. Queen, stay there. Knight, stay there. Bishop, over here. Your shadow goes here. Knight shadow. Now, rook and pawn. Thank God. I was wondering what was going on with those shadows, but I accidentally clicked and moved them. Okay, so this one's a little bit less artsy. Oh my, what are we doing with constellations? Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Oh my, it's a cat, isn't it? I was hoping to be able to see a kitty. It is a cat. They are cats. Because this is the ears and the little loaf and tail. Tummy. Tail. Oh. Nope. This. There we go. Beautiful little kitty. Wonderful job. Okay, let's put that there. This goes here. Let's see. Coco. Aha! Let's see. More stars here. There we go. And there's one more right here. Where is this supposed to be? Cat ears. Here's the other one, maybe? Where's the other one? Where's the other lone star? There it is. Beautiful. There's our cat constellation trio. Let's see. I'm forgetting these ones are a bit more abstract. Oh my. Do we organize the desk like we would organize? Yes, we do. Let's organize the desk like we organize our everything else. Now, oh my. Let's see. We can't move that. So I guess this is where our keys and our keys go. Let's see. Keys go right here. Clock we can't move, but it will go right above here. Let's see. Hourglass. That can stay here. Paintbrushes. We can... What? Oh god, okay. Hooey! Paintbrushes must go here. And now, there we go. They're organized in color. Globe. Oh my. The globe has to go right here. Clock has to go here. Keys go here. Post-it notes go there. And now... Oh. There we go. I really have to organize this pretty thoroughly, don't I? Let's see. This looks like the minute hand. This looks like the hour hand. Let's organize this. Keys. Nope. Keys go there. Post-it notes go there. There we go. Got it. Beautiful. I forgot about the hourglass for a moment. That one was very clever. I liked that one. The matching things and organizing them. Oh. What? Oh. Okay. What? What? Okay. Okay, so this is gray. What about green? Green is yellow. Yellow is orange. What about this light blue? Okay, light blue is dark gray. What's dark gray? Nothing. What about red? Yellow is orange. What about this one? Orange to green. Huh? Does green still turn yellow? No. What? Oh, I see. So now I have a blue and a red, which will make another purple. And I need... Okay. Now, red and yellow make orange. Now, blue and red make purple, so that blue is fine. This is... I need another blue, though. I need a green, and this is purple. Yellow? Purple. Green. Okay, now blue and yellow make green. Okay, beautiful. Now I just need orange, red, yellow, green, blue, purple. Now I've got a white one. Now what? Oh, rainbow match. Rainbow match, rainbow match. We got it, we got it. What in the goddamn... No, it's because it's color. It's a color wheel. So if, for example, like you're confused, if it was red, if it was one of the secondary colors over here, orange, green, or purple, to get purple, you would need to put it in the red and then mix it with the blue. And that would give you purple. And the same thing would go with if you needed to get orange. You would take a red match, mix it with yellow, and then you'd get orange. So it's a color wheel. It's mixing the colors. And then you needed to get one of every color. Once you did that, you combine all the colors to make white, like you do with light. How light is a reflection of every single color because nothing, like, is pulled in. So then you can light it on fire because reasons. Hence the color wheel. Yeah, hence the beautiful photo icon. It took me a moment, but once I was like, "Oh, colors! It's a color wheel." My artistic brain just went, "Ooh." What? Why does it make them taller?
Let's see how tall these all get. Now, do I... What? Do I have to melt them all down? Let's see. It's taking a minute. Maybe we just have to make them grow and then mental meltdown. Is this what it is? Nice. Okay, so no, that's not it. Oh, same height. Okay. Let's see, and this will go to like right here. Let's see, and this will be about the same height there. Let's see. Here. Let's see. There we go. Like, decently even height. Amazing. This game went from organizational puzzle all the way to it's magic. I ain't gotta explain it. Yeah, basically. Yeah, no, I'm weird with puzzles like this. I love them. I think they're very fun. And they're very relaxing for me. Oh, no. Do I cut the lemon here? Why are there bones? Oh my. There we go. This looks like some witchy stuff. This belongs in the case. Come on, little bones. No, you go in the case. Let's see. That kind of lines up there. Not really, though. Now, the orange book cannot go very far. Oh my. Let's see, what can we do? Because I feel like, oh, this tells me where things go. Okay. Let's see, candle. Lemon. Plant. The bones do go in the case. Oh, there's a latch. There we go. Now. Okay, wonderful. Okay, book. 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 We line up the books, and now we line up the case. Okay, everything seems correct. What's the dealio? Because I feel like this should be cut. Let's see. Is this...
Because this all lines up. Let's see. This does look like some witch stuff. Yeah, it seriously does. This is giving me like witchy vibes. Oh, candle. Found it. Beautiful. The candle was still going. Honestly, I'm vibing with this music. It's a little loud though. There we go. Okay. Oh. What am I supposed to do? Like, turn everything on? Yeah, I think we're just supposed to turn everything on. Power. Okay. Oh. Oh! I'm supposed to make it match the heart. Aren't I? So it's this right here. So these go off. So does this. So does this and this. And then these two and this one. No. This one? No. Now what am I... Oh. Oh, okay, cat. Cat broke everything. Again. Darkness. Power bill go brrr. Yeah. Right? Power bill go brrr for sure. Hello? Oh, kitty! Hello? Oh. Paw pets? No? Do I make you angry? Do I pull your tail? Do I just make the cat cranky until it leaves? Oh, blue. There we go. Green. No. Blue. Blue. Green. And red. Oh, not the right timing. There we go. Oh, and purple. Oh, this one's faster. And black. Lello. Oh, I goofed. I have to restart. There we go, thank God. Okay. Oh, now it's Rhythm Haven. Yeah, it's Rhythm Heaven. Oh my. Look at the sleepy bean. Oh God, my brain is getting distracted with shiny circles. Oh no, look at the kitty. It's so cute. Look at the little fluff ball. What? Is this... Do I just spin it? Yeah, I guess so. What is going on? Do I just spin it? What? Let's see. There we go. Now they are dancing. Oh, this is throwing me off. Spirals.
There we go. Twisties. Oh, God. There we go. It's an egg. It's many eggs. Many forks. Many strawberries. There we go. I'm confused now. Tomato cans, tomato cans, tomato cans. Wow. There's the tomatoes. There's the tomatoes. And there they are. Beautiful. Why are they dancing so strangely? I'm confused now. Oh God. What? What? Ah, I see. There we go. There we go. I understand what I was supposed to do now. Honestly, this music is a vibe, but you are off. You too. This is literally trying to visualize patterns. You, that's a 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Nice. Oh, it's more shadow stuff. Knights, rooks. There we go. I think this is like wrapping up all of the puzzles we've done. Because this reminds me very much of all the other puzzles we've done. Oh my God, it's a trash bin. There we go. There we go. Even more trash bins? Jeez Louise. Oh God, there's even more of them. There we go. Oh God. There's so many. Beep, 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 beep. Oh my. This really is wrapping everything up, because this is where we started organizing the lunch tray stuff. There we go. Cherries, olives, asparagus, crumbs, olives, lemon, crumbs. Maybe the olives go here, and the cherry goes... No, lemon goes here. Unless the... Oh, I see, I see. Okay, tomatoes go here. Olive. Tomatoes. Whoop. Cherry. Or does the sandwich go there? What? Oh, the olives have to go all organized in the center. Like that, maybe. What?
Oh. Do the olives go in there? I feel like this is correct. Like, I feel like this has to be correct, right? Let's see. Like, what else? Where can I move things to? Where can I move things to? Tomatoes, olives, cherries, lemon, sandwich. Is it just that the tomatoes and the carrots go in opposite spots? Because if that is the case, I think that's silly. Is that it? What am I supposed to do? I don't understand. Oh my god, is it the breadcrumbs right here? Where's the other one? I threw it far away. Oh, damn, it's in the corner right here. Do these count? Please tell me those don't count. Please tell me those don't count. What am I supposed to do? Because this... What else am I missing? Oh. That was it. Asparagus was in the wrong side. Gray. Circle. Square. No! None of them are the right size. This looks like the credits if ever I've seen them. Oh my god. Do I have to grab a weird space thing? Yes. Damn. What about tiny right here? Tiny. Tiny. Good job, kitty. This is super bizarre. That one's not gonna fit. This will have to do. Does that not work? Oh, does it have to be the same freaking color? This one. It does have to be the same color. Let's see. Let's add this here. Add this here. You can go here. You here. You here. You here. Good job, kitty. You're doing great going through the weird, liminal, bizarre space. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. There we go. Meow. Good kitty. Kitty's doing such a good job. Let's see. This can go here. This can go here. Doing so amazing. That can go here. Here, here. Here, here. Nope, here. Please, thank you. There we go. How tall do I have to stack these, though? There we go. I don't know how high I have to stack these. Let's see. Choo-choo. Here we go. I can move everything out of the way. Man, IQ never should have tried that gas station sushi. Let's see, there's like one little ledge right there we can do. Here. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Oh my, I'd like to keep that. Kitty? Come on, are you gonna jump? Oh, thank God it's over. Kitty made it to the moon. Look at them. Oh my God. There's no moon now? Oh my God. Cat has become God. Kitty has become deity. Day kitty. Oh my God. Whoa! Oh my God. That was a fever dream. Yeah, I really feel like we should never have tried that gas station sushi. Never, ever, ever. Let's see. What levels do we have? Oh my. Did we not already do that level? Oh, we did! Hello, credits. Oh. I am the cat now. Do you see how it's a paw instead of a hand? Oh my God. Thank you for the soundtrack, by the way. Ruined the pasta. Wee bee 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 bee. I almost like this a lot more. Gas station sushi got me geeking. Yeah, right? Or I could just stare at all these levels again, but could also goof them up. Look at all these breadcrumbs. Oh, you can mess with the name. Oh my God. Clover level, that one wasn't too bad. Pew, pew. Now this is what I live for. Pictures, psh. Messing up the names. This is actually really fun. I understand the cat now. Oh, is it over? Oh my God. That was so cute. They have pictures of everyone's little cats. Kevin, Eric, Caesar the Second, Lemon and Lime, their little rats. Zoe the puppy. Oh my God. Dakota. Oh, I love them. And Lola. Oh my God. This is so cute. I really hope these are like the production pets for the team. Frodo. I love that. The cat's name is Frodo. I really, really hope these are the production pets because that was really cute. I like that. I'm going to need to do more of the DLC because I may or may not have accidentally started doing the DLC already because I thought it would automatically route me to the first level and it did not. So, oops, that did not happen. No, goodness, that's such a cozy game though. Oh my God. Ah! Oh my God, that's so cozy. I loved that. That was amazing. Ah, goodness. No, but honestly, that's it for tonight. We finished all of the standard levels for A Little to the Left. We finished reading 4 other chapters for The Last Unicorn, which is amazing. Let's go ahead and see if any of my mutuals are live. Let's see. We've got Cereza, which she's been live for a little while. Honestly, let's see. Kai is actually live right now. He's doing Hollow Knight, so I'm wanting to send you guys over to our wonderful mad scientist, Mr. Kai Gearhart. I do hope you go ahead, enjoy the rest of your evening. We're going to send you guys over. And I hope you go ahead and stay hydrated, take care of yourself, make sure you're staying productive. Thank you for the stream and for the story. It is my pleasure to lend a hand to my friends. And thank you so much for coming by the Bokward. It's been wonderful to go ahead and read, and I'm more than happy to do more of it. We will be doing another stream upcoming on Thursday for those of us over on the North American continent. For everyone else, that'll probably be a little bit closer to like a Friday morning. But we are doing fantastically, and we're gonna do some art, hopefully. I'm planning on actually making sub badges for people on stream, so I think that'll be fantastic. Outside of that, let's go ahead and send you guys over to Kai. That is everything I have to go ahead and ramble about. He's doing a Hollow Knight right now. He also has his bunny cam going, where you can go ahead and look at his little rabbits. Our wonderful steampunk mad scientist friend, I'm sure, will be more than happy to have you. So please go ahead and let him know that the Bokord is raiding, that dragons are on their way, and we've got plenty of bookworms over there. It'll be wonderful to go ahead and say hello to my buddy. Outside of that, though, again, take care of yourselves. I hope to go ahead and see you next time. And if you need anything, feel free to reach out to those that care for you. And please go ahead, have yourself a great evening. Bye now. We've got panic. No worries, no worries. Sorry. No, it looks like Kai is actually ending, so sorry to surprise everyone. Oh, goodness, sorry. Sorry, my friend. Oh, goodness. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and see if we can find someone else. God, my bad, my bad. Oh, so much fun. Let's go ahead and... Oh, God. No. Hi there, Zach. Good to see you. The timing was terrible. Oh, he was gonna raid me. Oh my god, that's amazing. I hope everyone has a good night. Let's go ahead and actually send you guys over to Zombie K. K is a wonderful little guy. We love him and we raided him a while ago, but it's been a hot minute. Let's go ahead and send you guys over there. My apologies, goodness. That's crazy that we were gonna raid each other. God, sorry for the panic, everyone, but please have a good night. My bad again, but you're all wonderful and fantastic. Have a good one, okay? Okay, bye.